Hi everyone, this is 100 Waterfall questions to help you pass your PMP exam. The questions are direct from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, which is one of the best guides for Waterfall project management out there. The questions are also scenario based, just like you'll find on the real exam, and they often have 1 or 2 or 3 or more answers that seemingly are correct. And we go through those answers, why the incorrect ones are incorrect and why the correct ones are correct, and it just helps us learn so much faster and helps you prepare to pass your PMP exam. By putting in this effort, I truly believe that you can pass the PMP exam, and I cannot wait to share this time with you. It is going to be a whole bunch of fun. Let's get into the questions. Question 1. You're working on a project to build a new parkland for the community. The person in charge of parkland design approaches you as they are not sure what they are supposed to be working on. What will you do next? Okay. All right, so what are the people supposed to be working on? How do we know what our people are supposed to be working on? Let's see what options we have. Review the project scope statement to see what the team is delivering. So the project scope statement is just usually a verbal statement of what the scope is going to be, so someone describing it. Probably not what we're after here. Review the WBS or Work Breakdown Structure Dictionary to see the detailed description of the scope and the work and who it's assigned to. This one could work because it's the work breakdown structure, but it's the dictionary which has all of the extra details for each of the broken down items. So you've got the high level items up here, and then they're broken down into smaller pieces. But this is actually giving them lots of all the details. So it's who's assigned to it, what's the unique identifier, what's the testing criteria, and a lot of that sort of thing. So that actually could work, especially if we're talking about who is assigned to the item. I think this could be our guy. Review the requirements traceability matrix to see where the scope comes from. The requirements traceability matrix probably isn't what we're after, because that will just trace the requirements from the requirements to the scope that we're delivering. And review the assumption log to see who we assume should do the work. I would say never assume if we can help it, but that's why we have the assumption log, so we note down what we have assumed. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer B. All right, there it is. The Work Breakdown Structure Dictionary is a detailed description of the scope of work broken down to the work package level, where it can be assigned to someone to work on. It includes acceptance criteria, an assignee, cost information, schedule information, and resource requirements. So all of the information that we do need there, and information for people to know what they should be working on and what's assigned to them. And there it is in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, which is a great waterfall guide and also a little bit of agile in there as well. But page 162, Work Breakdown Structure Dictionary, if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, how did you guys go? I thought that was a very good one. Nice one to start off with. Question 2. You have taken over as a project manager for a project that has had issues delivering on time. You review the earned value management and find the corresponding schedule performance index and cost performance index values are 0.86 and 1.12. You advise the project sponsor, who asks you to bring the project back on track within the next 2 months. What will you do next? Wow, okay, this is tricky. So what actions are we going to take to bring our project back on track? But we also have to know what is wrong with our project, or if anything. So it says we've had issues delivering on time, but what do the SPI and CPI actually say? So here's the trick that we use with the schedule performance index and the cost performance index. And that is, it's around the number 1. So if something is less than 1, it means we've delivered less than what we should have at that point in time. If we've delivered more than 1, then we've delivered more than what we could have at that point in time. So schedule performance index is 0.86, and that means we've delivered less than what we should have. We're behind schedule. But the cost performance index is 1.12, and so we've delivered more than what we could have, so we're ahead of our budget, so we're under our budget. So knowing that, we've got money to spend, but we're also behind schedule. So let's have a look. Oh, and I can already see it. I wonder if you guys can too. Let's have a look. Apply schedule crashing to bring the project back on track. So schedule crashing is where we throw money and resources at the project schedule to bring it back on track. So as it says, well, I didn't even have to repeat that, but there it is. That's probably what we're going to go for, because we can put more people on and use up a little bit of that money because we're ahead of our budget, we're under our budget. What else have we got though? Apply fast tracking to bring the project back on track. Fast tracking is when we have items in sequence, and instead of that, we actually try to do them in parallel at the same time. And that way we bring our schedule in that way. So that one usually doesn't cost as much, if anything, and it's usually a good way to do it, but we have money to spare, so I think we can still go with the schedule crashing approach. Update the risk register and assign the risk of project failure to an executive with the power to bring it back on track. Probably not that one for now, even though it's tempting to assign something to someone else and have them do the work. We're the project manager, we have to take care of this probably. And reduce the project scope to bring the project back on track. That is another option, and you will see that in the real world. But I think for all of the things that we're talking about here, knowing what we know, let's go with answer A. All right, there it is, excellent. The project is behind schedule, delivered less than one, but under budget, and ahead of on cost, delivered more than one. So this means we have money to spend, and we need to reduce the schedule or bring it back in line. Of the techniques here, schedule crashing throws money and resources at the project to get it done faster and becomes the best option presented. And of course, if you want to check this out in the PMBOK guide yourself, page 215 under schedule compression. So a nice bit of bedtime reading, guaranteed to put you to sleep, but also really good to check it out for yourself during your own studies. That's going to be great. All right, how did you go? That was really, really good. All right, let's go to the next question. You're working on a change that includes stakeholders at all levels, from the frontline workers to the senior executives. After performing stakeholder analysis, you and your team group the stakeholders according to their level of influence and the impact the change will have on them. The project sponsor asks what engagement strategy you will use for the frontline workers. What will you do next? Okay, so by the sounds of this, it's looking like an impact over influence chart. So we've got, say, usually from 1 to 10, 1 to 10. So the impact and the influence. So what is the influence? Are they a high-powered executive with a high influence? Then we probably want to communicate with them a lot. And is their area impacted very highly as well? Then we probably want to communicate with those guys a lot as well. But what have we got? So, oh, that's right. So there are 4 different responses depending on what quadrant they are here. So if someone is a high influence, and also a high impact, then we probably want to do the most we possibly can. They're all the way up here. So we want to manage them closely, probably. Keep them satisfied, probably. I would say we manage them closely. I would say that's going to be our A up there. Monitor them only. That's probably if they haven't got an impact and they haven't got any influence as well. Keep them satisfied and keep them informed. If they're influential, we want to, that's B, that's C. If we want to keep them satisfied, if they're highly influential, definitely we need to keep those executives satisfied. They could end our career potentially, or at least send us to the next company, to send us back to the unemployment line for sure. But that leaves us, keep them informed, I think, is high impact. Our frontline workers are getting impacted because everything, the change happens to our frontline workers doing the work. And so we want to keep them informed, I think, but they don't have a high influence because, they're not executive level. I'm pretty sure we're on the money here, so let's go with answer D. All right, fantastic. That was really good. I thought that was really good. Analyzing the stakeholders using an impact over influence grid, you will have 4 quadrants: high influence and high impact, managed closely; high influence, and that's exactly what we're talking about. So all of that, we don't need to go through that again, but that's how you would look at one of those charts, and that's how you would use that in the real world as well, which is actually really handy. Frontline workers in this case have a low influence, but receive a high impact from the project. Keep them informed. And if you want to check that out for yourself, page 512 in the PMBOK guide, impact over influence grid is the section that you're looking for. PMBOK 6th edition, of course, which is that great waterfall guide. And this is a great bunch of waterfall questions. I'm having a good bunch of fun too. How did you go? I thought that was pretty good. I hope you did well on that one. Let's go to the next one and see how we do. You are working directly with the project sponsor in the initial phase of a brand new project. The project sponsor asks for your help in creating a document, okay, here's our tip, that formally authorizes the project. Oh, I love this. This is pretty simple, I think, including details such as the cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, and high-level risks. What will you do next? I think this one, it's not going to be a project management plan or anything like that. It's probably going to be the one that kicks off our project, which is the project charter. So we need approval from the project charter to get resources and money to kickstart our project. And I can already see it there. It's probably going to be answer C for us. What else have we got though? Milestone project chart, not that one. Business case, that might come before our project charter. So business case, still valid, but not for us at the moment. And project management plan happens when we're planning our project once we have it all approved. So for us, let's go with answer C. All right, doing well, doing really well. The project charter is the document that formally authorizes the project. The business case, cost-benefit analysis and feasibility studies are inputs into this document and the process. That's good to know. And to help provide a link between the project and the strategic objectives of the organization. So why are we doing this project in the first place? It's because those feasibility studies gave us a reason to do it. What's the strategy? What's the company trying to do? Page 75 in the PMBOK guide, develop the project charter. If you want to check that out for yourself, I highly recommend it. That was excellent. How did you guys go on that one? I thought that was very nice. And we're almost halfway through this little section. You're doing great. Keep going. You're working as a project manager and your team is about to deliver the completed system to the customer. During the final round of testing, the customer points out that a major piece of functionality is missing, which should have been in scope but was not previously thought of. Okay, I have a good feeling about this one. So a major piece of functionality is missing, which should have been in scope but was previously not thought of. What will you do next? So this could either be about a change request or it could be about budget, so using out some of our reserves. Let's have a look at the options that we have here. Okay, deliver the system to the customer as it is with the promise to add the functionality later. Okay, definitely not this one, because once our project is done, we might disband our project and the people might disappear, and then we actually won't deliver those things to the customer. So probably not the best course of action for us. Ask the sponsor to accept the risk and move on. We've probably got a better option than that one as well. We could see if we could come to some sort of win-win approach here. Utilize your project's, here we go, reserves. Contingency reserves and management reserves. And the difference here is, so we've got these two options, contingency reserves. So we've got our initial project cost budget. We add the contingency reserves on that for all of the risks that we've thought about on our project. So what are the known unknowns or the known threats for our project? That's our contingency reserve. That becomes the project budget, which we add the management reserve to. And the management reserve is for unforeseen scope, but definitely stuff that's still in scope, but stuff that we hadn't thought of, and we might need to use that management reserve right at the end. So I think that's what we're talking about here. And for that purpose, I think we're going to go with answer D. All right, great stuff. Management reserves are a specified amount of the project budget withheld for management control purposes, great, and reserved for unforeseen work that is within the scope of the project. And if you want to check that out again in the PMBOK guide, page 202, reserve analysis, a great way to go straight there and have a look for yourself. Great stuff. You did really, really well. I thought that was fantastic. And also fantastic, we're halfway done. You're doing great. I think these are quite good, and I'm getting a good sense for waterfall methodology already, which is really nice. All right, let's get to it. Your team have completed the work on the project, and the customer has confirmed the formal acceptance of the product has been delivered. You set a meeting with your team to document the lessons learned, release and reassign the personnel as needed. What will you do next? Okay, so they're accepting we're basically wanting to close down the project, document the lessons learned and reassign the personnel. So this must be about project closure. So if we think about the PMBOK guide as well, what are the steps that we need to take during the closing of the project phase? Now I can't remember them off the top of my head, but let's see if anything rings a bell here. Okay, gain final sign-off on the risk report with the steering committee. Okay, that does not ring a bell for me, and I don't think we need to do that because everything is pretty much tucked away at this point anyway. The risks, the project is basically delivered, so the risk has almost gone to zero for our delivery. So it's done, so that's great. Archive all of the project information for future use by the organization. That sounds very promising. That's definitely part of our closure activities. So we're archiving that project information just in case someone needs to use it in the future, because a project is just a time-boxed piece of time and delivering a piece of value, and and then it disappears. So we will still want to capture some of that information and lock it away so that people can use it in the future. I think that's going to be our one. Review project documents for any open risks or issues. Ooh, that could be good as well, except again, the product has already been delivered and accepted. So I think it's already accepted. By this time, issues and risks should have already been dealt with. Ask the customer for a formal contract closure letter. Oh goodness, that could be good as well. But I don't think that would be for more of a third party, like a vendor, for procurement. I really think it's going to be answer B. Let's try it. Okay, thank goodness. Of all the options available, only archive all the project information for future use by the organization is part of the project closure activities. So that is exactly what we're talking about there, and that's fantastic. And if you want to check out that, that actual process and what's involved in that process, page 123, close your project or your phase, that process in the PMBOK guide. Excellent work. Great stuff. All right, that was a little bit trickier. Gosh, I hope they're not getting trickier as we go along. Although, maybe that could be a good thing. Let's see what we've got next. You're working as a project manager for a medium-sized software project. The project sponsor believes that the team have not completed enough work in the last 2 weeks and comes to talk to you about it. What will you do next? Okay, so how do we measure that they have not done enough work in the last 2 weeks? What do we need to do? Okay, let's have a look at our options. Review the team burn down chart to see the flow of work versus what was committed. That could work. In the last 2 weeks, so that's our sprint, that's a burn down chart as well. That actually could work. Let's see what other options we have. Review the project risk register and raise a risk on project performance. I think we need to check first, so let's not raise a risk just yet. We need to confirm with data. Ask the team to work harder, putting in overtime where possible. We don't want that either because we want a sustainable flow of work. So we want to be able to maintain our pace indefinitely, not have peaks and troughs where people work really hard and then have lots of sick leave because they're so stressed. So that's not what we want. Let's see the other one. Tell the project sponsor to focus on their area and let you manage the project. Whew, good, that's a spicy answer, that one. And you know what, sometimes we may want to say those things. However, we also need to maintain our relationships, especially with the project sponsor, very important, as they're probably funding the project and funding the resources. So for our purposes, I think we're going to go with answer A. And there it is. It's best to solve problems with real data and ensure that they're real problems to begin with, so it's not just hearsay. The iteration burndown chart tracks the work that remains to be completed in the iteration backlog. It shows the variance against the work committed. What did we say we were going to do? And what did we actually get done? And here it is in the PMBOK 6th edition. Again, like a few agile tools in there. Page 226, the iteration burndown chart, if you want to check that out for yourself. Great work. That was excellent. And a nice little bit of a different one. We can have hybrid projects with some agile tools and some waterfall tools at the same time. Very, very important. All right, next question. You're working on a project that involves the renovation and removal of an old industrial plant. When investigating the area with your team to capture the project scope, you notice there are old chemicals left behind, which hurt your lungs when you breathe them in. What will you do next? Okay, so, wow, let's see what our options are here, because could be a few different things. Okay, and looks like we're talking about risks. Here we go, all of these risks. So do we accept the risk? Now, how bad is it? So old chemicals left behind which hurt your lungs when you breathe them in. That's pretty bad, okay? So I don't think we just want to accept that risk. That means we wouldn't do anything about it and we just accept it as it is. Not for now. Escalate the risk to your manager. I mean, not the best option, but maybe. Transfer the risk by hiring an external company to remove the chemicals. I think that's probably our one. When something's really dangerous or really expensive, we transfer it to a third party, and that's like insurance, for example, where you pay, a premium, like your car insurance. You pay a little bit of money, and then if you do have an accident, they pay you the money for the car. So, but again, every year you might be paying that money, and eventually the insurance company will also make their money back. So yeah, that's how you transfer the risk. I think that's probably going to be our one in this case. Avoid the risk by working on areas which don't have chemicals. We don't really have that option or that luxury. So let's go with answer C. All right, we're doing great. You're doing great. I think this is good. We're really getting through this, and there's a nice little range of different questions here too. This question asks that we have a knowledge of risk responses. Of all the options where genuine danger or high risk is involved, transferring the risk to a third party through insurance is the best approach. Mitigating the risk through proper controls, so controlling the risk, would also be a good approach, but this option was not presented here. PMBOK Guide 443, page 443, under strategies for threats. So that's our risk section if you want to check that out for yourself. That was really, really good. All right, and you know what else is really good? We're up to the last two questions in this little section, and you're doing fantastic work. Let's get through them so we can go and have a cup of tea and a bit of a relax. Let's get into it. During user acceptance testing, a senior user points out a major change needed to the project scope for it to be successful. Okay. Another change to scope? Is this management reserves again? I don't know, it could be, or is it a change request? You realize you may not have enough money or resources to complete your project, but you will need approval to increase either. What will you do next? Okay, so it's a change to our project budget, potentially, money or resources. Let's have a look. Review the change management plan for the correct change control process, including approvers on the change control board. Wow, well that sounds pretty promising. That sounds very promising actually. Let's see what our other options are, and that could be our one. Review the configuration management plan to find out who can configure the project scope. No, configuration management plan is what needs to be baselined. So is it our scope document? Is it our schedule document? Is it our cost, our budget? So are those things baselined? And that's what the configuration management plan tells us, which of those is baselined and how. Review the scope management plan to see how changes to scope should be handled. That is also a good one. This is very tricky, but I think because we're talking specifically about the change control process, I think we're still going to stick with answer A. The scope management plan tells us how we manage the scope, so including including the change control process sometimes as well. So it could actually be C. They're both pretty good. Last one, review the quality management plan to see rules for user acceptance testing. Okay, we can safely rule that one out. So I think between A and C, I think A is still our best option. Let's go with that for now. All right, there it is. I think maybe we got lucky there because those two were both pretty close. The change management plan provides the process for managing change control, including the change control board and who's on it and the process and that sort of thing. Configuration management plan, baseline documents. Scope management plan shows how scope will be defined, validated and controlled. And quality management plan is the testing plan, so not for what we're after. And of all of those, we've got page 88, 129 and 286 in the PMBOK guide if you want to check out those different parts and see how they differ from each other as well. All right, that was really, really good. A new executive has started in the functional area that you're delivering to. They are concerned that the project is not delivering what they need, and they put pressure on you to deliver more than what was originally agreed. You agree to meet and talk through the scope baseline so you are on the same page. What will you do next? Okay, wow, this is very tricky. Pressure from executives, of course, you'll get this in the real world as well. This will definitely happen. Okay, what are we going to do? Gather the requirements traceability matrix and the feature Gantt chart. Oh, probably not for now. Oh, let's have a look. Feature list and current sprint backlog. The scope baseline. Okay, we're talking about the scope baseline. So that's not the scope baseline. Approved scope management plan, that's not the scope baseline. The scope baseline is the scope statement, work breakdown structure, and work breakdown structure dictionary. And once we figured out that that's actually what they were asking about, we're going to get that and talk through that with them. That's what we're going to gather so that we can talk through that with them. That's your scope baseline, is those 3 items there. I think there's another one as well, but I can't remember what it is, but it's definitely answer D. Let's see. There it is. The project scope statement, work breakdown structure, and work breakdown structure dictionary are all part of the scope baseline, and work packages and planning packages are also included. There you go, so that's good to know. Work packages being the last part that you can assign to a team for them to actually work on. Page 161 under Scope Baseline in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. And that is the last question for this section. That has been fantastic. I hope you've had a bunch of fun. I really enjoyed going through these, and I feel like I learned a little bit more about Waterfall and had a good time doing it. Always remember you're learning something really important. Project management is so important, and it is everywhere. You'll be able to use it everywhere in your career, and it's really something that is very, very valuable. You're working on a project where you discover a certain negative risk with a potential impact of $2 million. Okay, negative risk, impact, that's good to know. You meet with your project stakeholders who determine that this is within their risk appetite, provided that you meet a risk threshold of 10%. Interesting. What will you do next? Okay, risk threshold. I'm pretty sure this is the threshold around the impact. So if we've got $2 million, so we've got 2 million and we want a risk threshold of 10%. So they're happy with it, they're fine with that, but it still has to meet within 10%, which is an extra 200,000 here, or minus 2,000, which would be 1.8 million, I think. So plus or minus 200,000, which is 10% of 2 million. I think that's what we're going to go with here. Let's see what options we have. Note the acceptable risk level as a threat of $200,000, which is 10%. Tricky, but I don't think that's us for now. Note the acceptable risk level as a threat of 1.8 million to 2.2 million, which is a 10% variance. I think that definitely matches up here, and we can potentially go with that. Note the impact as outside the acceptable risk level of $2 million. They're happy to accept it, so I think we're okay there. Note the impact as an opportunity of $200,000 as well, which is 10% again. So no, I think those ones we can discount and get rid of. I think we're going to go with answer B here. All right, good work. Risk appetite describes the level of uncertainty or risk your stakeholders are willing to accept. So they're willing to accept this. And risk threshold is the measure of acceptable variation around an objective that reflects the risk appetite. In this scenario, a 10% variation around 2 million is 1.8 to 2.2 million. And we've got page 54 in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition under risk directly, if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, wow, good one to start with. Risk, it's always going to happen on your project, so that's always good to know. Let's see what we've got next. A risk has been raised, more risk, that's just what we needed. A risk has been raised in your project around insufficient building materials. One risk response assigned to the functional manager suggests to use a brand new material which has not been fully tested before in a building project. So that actually could be even more risky, maybe. So we've got a risk around insufficient building materials, but now we're suggesting a brand new material that hasn't really been tested yet. Half of your stakeholder group are happy with this risk response, but the other half are not and refuse to sign off on it. What will you do next? Okay, if the stakeholders that need to sign off, if we've still got 50% not signing off on it, then we probably can't proceed. So what other options do we have here? Suggest a quantitative risk approach to give a more accurate financial impact. As you will know from our other videos, qualitative risk is our impact and the likelihood of happening. And then we usually multiply those together to get a risk rating, but it's a subjective rating usually. Quantitative is more your in-depth analysis, scenarios and Monte Carlo analysis, that sort of thing. Big simulations and big financial simulations usually as well. Anyway, all of that to say, I don't think we need to do that just yet. Suggest they proceed with the proposed risk response and ensure it is followed through. Well, we can't force it on them because 50% are disagreeing as well. So maybe a no for now. Let's see what else we have just in case. Suggest a different risk owner, as an executive may have more power to respond to the risk. I mean, again, someone could force this through, but if 50% of our stakeholders are disagreeing, there may be a reason for that. And if it's a brand new building material, things could go wrong here. So let's put a no on that one for now as well. Suggest a different risk response, as they should be timely, this sounds promising, timely, cost-effective, realistic, and agreed to by relevant stakeholders. And all those things are for a reason. Cost-effective and realistic. I think in this case, and people are disagreeing for that reason. I think let's go with answer D. I really like that one. Okay, excellent. This question refers to risk responses. Risk responses should be appropriate and timely to the significance of the risk, cost-effective, realistic within the project context, agreed to by relevant stakeholders, and owned by a responsible person. D is the best answer. And we've got page 54 in the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition, under risk again, if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, excellent work. More risk. I wonder how much risk we're going to have here. But that was actually very good to know and a good way of managing risk in our project. What have we got next? Your project is starting to go off track due to a large amount of uncertainty in the requirements and resources. And you know what? This will happen all the time in the real world. Sometimes we need to come in here and help manage it. That's why they need us, to help get clarity on that scope and the requirements. And we need to gather that from our stakeholders. At a significant cost, you've managed to rein in these issues, okay? However, your project management office would like you to brainstorm ways to improve with your team so that it does not happen again. That makes sense. What will you do next? So we're brainstorming with our team. Okay, what are we going to do here? Ask your team to increase the project contingency reserve to allow for these impacts. I think there's probably a better, is there something around problem solving, I think, is probably what they're asking us. Let's see what else we've got. Let's put it low maybe for now. Ask your team to change the project methodology from Waterfall to Agile. And you know what, this will happen in the real world as well. People will say, okay, we just need to change the methodology and everything will be solved. Unfortunately, life still happens, and whether you're using Waterfall or Agile, either one, we're still going to be faced with a lot of this complexity and uncertainty that we have to manage as project managers with our project management toolkit from the PMBOK Guide. Wonderful, wonderful thing. So I don't think that's our one yet. Ask your team to use short feedback loops, okay? Continuous improvement and transparent planning. So all of those are Agile tools as well. Short feedback loops to get feedback and improve, continuous improvement. Transparent planning so that it's all visible what we're doing, so that everyone can see at any moment whether we're on track or off track and what we're delivering. I think that's actually quite a good one. Unless there's a better one, that might be our one. Ask your team to check their work twice before sending it to the next part of the process. I think that could be one option, but C is definitely a far better option with better things in there as well, and more and better things. So all round, I like that one better. Let's go with answer C. Excellent work, all right. A project team needs to embrace adaptability and resiliency with methods such as using short feedback loops, continuous learning and improvement, regular inspection, which is sort of like this, an adaptation of project work, diverse project teams, transparent planning, using prototypes, and more. All of those are great tools, by the way. So really, really good to use in your own project management career. Page 56 under Embrace Adaptability and Resiliency. So really, really great stuff. All right, how did you go for that one? I think that was quite good. Definitely leaning a bit more agile here as well, which is very nice. Let's see what we've got next. As your project progresses, many of the business stakeholders are starting to voice their concerns, to question some of the changes, and even miss key meetings while trying to sabotage your efforts. What will you do next? I think we had similar ones before, and this is around that engagement, communication, engagement. I think, let's see what we've got. And I can already see communicate here, which is, this could be, the one that we're looking for already. Communicate the vision and benefits for the change clearly, along with the impact to their work. So more communication will definitely help, and also listening very clearly to what they need. So communication goes both ways. So that's definitely a high maybe for now. Let's see what else we have. Create an impact over influence chart to determine who should be engaged appropriately. That's definitely also a good thing, but then it's not going to help with the missing key meetings or, people questioning the changes. I think we need to communicate those things first. So still A for me. Escalate the matter to your project sponsor and arrange for different stakeholders. Again, sometimes we can, but often we can't just replace our stakeholders. They're already embedded in an organization. We have to work with them and do the best we possibly can. So that's a no for now. Map the current state and the proposed future state of the change for the stakeholders. So that's sort of working with them and problem solving with them. But what about all of the other things? So, I think again, that's actually quite a good one, but I still think for engagement, communication is more of the key. Let's try answer A. It's between answer A and D. Let's try A. Okay, good. Yeah, very tricky. Could have been either of those. They're pretty good. This question is on change management, which is a structured approach to transitioning groups to a future state. Too much change or a lack of understanding can lead to resistance and change fatigue. Methods include communicating the vision, goals and benefits of the change early, along with the impact to work processes. So we've got page 59 in the PMBOK Guide's 7th edition, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. Fantastic stuff. And change management has a bit of a bigger place in the PMBOK Guide's 7th edition, so it's becoming more prominent in today's projects, which is good. All right, let's see what we've got next, nearly halfway through. You are analysing your stakeholders through an impact over influence chart and have found more than 100 different groups of people and over 3,000 impacted stakeholders. Other parts of your project are starting to fall behind as you try to keep up with a large amount of people. What will you do next? Okay, so lots and lots of stakeholders, lots of groups of people. Some people are falling behind because we're trying to keep up with everyone. Can we prioritize these? So this might be the best way to move forward here, I think. Let's see what options we have. Ask your project team to engage different groups of stakeholders so everyone is covered. Yeah, well, that could potentially work. It's not a specific thing that you'll find, just sort of splitting up the work, but it definitely makes sense. Let's see what else we have just in case. Clearly prioritize the stakeholders. Okay, well, so there's our prioritization. That could be our one. Then engage and communicate with the highly impacted and influential groups early and often. And there's that communication again as well. So, that's probably one of those keys to change management like we were seeing before. That's definitely a good looking answer, that one. We'll see what else we've got just in case. Monitor the stakeholders for signs of stress and respond to the groups most stressed about the project. Wow, that's also quite good. That might fall into like a prioritization method as well. So potentially prioritizing is still our best overall answer with that keyword in there. So let's see what else we've got just in case. Create a SharePoint page for the changes that any stakeholder can gather information from anytime, so they can pull information whenever they need it. Again, that's another really good approach, that one. So we've got lots of good options here, but I think the key word we're looking for is to prioritize these things. So based on that, let's go with answer B. Excellent, all right. This question is about engaging stakeholders. The process includes identify, understand and analyze, prioritize, engage and monitor your stakeholders. Where you have too many to engage effectively, prioritization is the key. Impact and influence are two ways, as well as power, beliefs, expectations, and proximity to the project. Power, interest, and more. So again, you could make up ways or things that fit your circumstances to prioritize. But all of that to say, yeah, that still becomes, that's that keyword that we were looking for. And we've got page 11 and 12 under stakeholder engagement and prioritize and engage in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Wonderful work. And that means we're halfway through this little section as well, which is even better. You're doing great. Keep going, guys. 5 to go if you want to keep continuing with this. And these are just starting to get good, so it's good preparation for your PMP exam. You're managing a project which communicates to the customer using mostly pull communication so far, just like we were talking about before, so that's very timely. When monitoring the engagement of your stakeholders, you notice a trend that they are not clear on the impacts or benefits of the project. Okay, so again, we're seeing lots of communication here, which is really, really good. You decide to add push communication to your communication plan. What will you do next? Oh, well, this seems fairly straightforward. It's basically about what is push communication. So we know what pull communication is. We've got a site where people can get information from anytime they want to. They can pull that information. What is push communication? We're pushing information to them with an email or a meeting or a telephone call, or however we're doing that. We're pushing it out to them. They don't have a choice whether they get that information or not. Let's see what we've got. Create a web page using SharePoint with all the project information that your stakeholders can see. That's pull information. Push more funding for your project, on your project, and communicate this to the project sponsor. While the keywords are right, the sentence doesn't really make sense. So we don't really need more funding for this, and we don't need to communicate it to our project sponsor either. So let's put a no for that one for now. Push your stakeholders to engage in more two-way communication. Again, we've got the keywords here, push your stakeholders, but it's not quite right, is it? Two-way communication, again, sounds good, but doesn't really fit. I hope D works for us because we're running out of options here. Send a weekly email to stakeholders with a project update, including the impacts and benefits. Well, that sounds really, really good. And also it's the sending that we're doing. We're pushing that email out into the world. That's definitely the one. Let's go with answer D. Excellent work, all right. Push communication is sent to stakeholders using memos, emails, status reports, voicemail, and more. Pull communication is something a customer can pull at any time from a bulletin, a web page, a whiteboard, anything visual as well. So that's that visual management that you'll see in Agile. Page 13 in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, types of communication. Excellent. All right, we are really getting through these. You're doing a great job. And such a wide range of topics as well. Really, really relevant for your project career. This is good stuff. Okay, what have we got next? You have taken over on a project with a vendor where scope and requirements have been missed. Okay, you notice that miscommunication and mixed messages are common. You set a meeting with your team and the vendor's team. The meeting is extremely important to get right. What will you do next? Okay, so this is more about communication again. Very good stuff. Speak slowly and clearly with the vendor's team at a louder volume if necessary. Okay, and I mean we've all been there. We've all seen that happen. Surely we haven't done it ourselves, of course. But if someone doesn't understand us when we're speaking at a louder volume, as if that's going to help them understand the words themselves. So maybe a little bit of fun. Probably a no for now, unless it's the only option left. Of course. Confirm they hear your message. Oh, this is good. Confirm they hear your message. Determine if they agree, so we get that feedback loop. Are they hearing a message? Are they agreeing? And identify nuanced or unintended messages that they may have received. Oh, I love that. And that's very big on a communication style and communication process. So we're getting feedback. We're saying, hey, this is the way I see it. Do you see it the same way? Or do you agree with this? Is there anything that I'm missing here? And through doing that, we flesh out all of those unintended messages and we determine if they truly do agree or not. I think this is a wonderful answer. Let's see what else we've got just in case. Only communicate with the vendor in writing. so you have a trail of proof if anything goes wrong in the future, potentially. However, here's where this won't work, because you've probably heard that most of communication is visible. So it's like 90% of communication is when you're speaking and you can see the people and you can hear the voice as well. So if we're taking out all of those things and just giving them the words in writing, there's actually more, that it can actually be misinterpreted a lot more easily. And you've probably had that happen to yourself, where you've sent an email and you thought it was fine, and someone has received that email and read it, and they've read in some sort of, some innuendo, or some sort of, maybe they think that you're being snarky when you're not actually, because that's the way that they've read it. So anyway, all of that to say, I think writing sounds good, but you're taking away all of that extra stuff that you need to communicate with, like seeing people, the body language, the tonality. All of those things are very important. So that's a no for now. Prepare a claim for the mishandled scope of your project through the procurement team. I think if we can work on the communication first with our meeting, I think that's probably our best case. Let's go with answer B. Excellent work, all right. This question is asking about communication. With all forms of communication, quick feedback loops provide the information you need by confirming they heard the message, determining if they agree, and identifying any nuances or additions to the message that they may have added or heard themselves. Page 13, stakeholder engagement, engage in the PMBOK Guide's 7th edition. So that's really, really good. How did you guys go for that one? Some really good tips in there as well. So really, really good for your own PMP exam. And also, we're down to the last 3 questions in this section. You're doing really, really great. Keep going, guys. Your stakeholders seem to be engaged. However, there are frequent changes to scope and requirements, causing delays. Issues are often raised and result in multiple rounds of feedback. You're not sure who or what could be the cause. What will you do next? Okay, so we've got a lot of issues, but we don't know who or what is the cause of these issues. I think let's see what options we have. Perform root cause analysis with your project team on the problem to brainstorm ideas. Sure, that's pretty good. We'll put that as a maybe for now. Raise a risk in the risk register for the project delay and review responses with your team. I don't think that's related to what we're after at all. So let's put that as a no. It's not a risk. We're looking at issues and we need to know who or what is the cause. So we've got root cause analysis. That certainly fits. What else have we got though? Review the issue log, the risk register, and the change log for the most frequent requesters. Then update your stakeholder engagement approach for those people. Wow, whoa, okay, that's deep. Okay, and again, it comes down to communication. Funny that, so we're obviously needing to communicate a lot on our projects. That's a good tip for us. This really does make sense. We're sort of delving straight into this. This takes A to a new level. We're looking at the issue log, risk register, change log for the people who are requesting it, so the who, and then we're updating the engagement approach. So can we engage with those people more, get that two-way feedback, get information from them, give information about the project to them so that they're more on board with the project. Maybe we are genuinely missing something and they really need to be in our stakeholder engagement approach, engaging more often. I think this is actually a pretty good one. Let's see the last one just in case. Ensure your project budget has enough contingency reserves to meet the multiple reviews and delays. That's a good practice, but again, how can we manage that without just throwing money at it? Can we actually rein it in without spending money on it first? Let's go with answer C based on all of that information. Okay, excellent. A significant number of changes or modifications to the project, requirements, or scope may indicate stakeholders are not engaged or aligned with the project objectives. And again, it comes down to that engagement. A review of the project issue register or risk register can identify challenges associated with individual stakeholders. So is it all coming from Billy over here? Is he the one who's just being loud and wanting changes and trying to slow things down? Or is he genuinely concerned and we've genuinely missed information from him? Do we even need to engage Billy? Can we work with that? And if we do, we need to do it more often because it's all coming from this area. So good information to be aware of here. Really, really good stuff. Page 15, under checking outcomes, stakeholder performance in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Wonderful stuff. All right, we're down to the last 2 questions. You're doing great. Let's get into this. You've been working on a project where the manager leads in a dictatorship style. Over time, the team have stopped making suggestions. Sick days and mental health days have become more frequent, and the pace of work has slowed, which typically does happen in a dictatorship style. It can work for a little while, but then over time, the team becomes disengaged. The manager comes to you for help. You suggest a servant leadership style instead. What will they do next? Okay, this seems pretty straightforward because we're probably just talking about a servant leadership style. What does that involve? And I think I've got some ideas here. You probably do as well. You might beat me to this one. So serve the team as much as they can, ensuring their every need is met. And that sounds good, but that's not the case because we're serving them by helping them grow and removing the blockers to their work. So we don't need to make sure that every need is met. They need to take responsibility for their lives as well. So while that sounds good, it's not actually our one. Focus on obstacle removal, encouragement and development opportunities. That's removing blockers and growing our team. Probably that's a really good one. Ensure the team are serving other team members and helping each other succeed. That's also a good practice, but not typically servant leadership specifically. This is more removing blockers, growing, that sort of thing. Serve the team new ways to do the work and engage them through additional variety. Again, we've got the right keywords in there, but it doesn't quite make sense with what we're after. So I think all in all, let's go with answer B. Excellent work, all right. Servant leaders allow project teams to self-organize when possible and increase levels of autonomy, so they have power over how they do the work, by passing appropriate decision-making opportunities to project team members. Servant leadership behaviors also include obstacle removal, being a diversion shield, so shielding them from other requests outside of the team, and development opportunities, helping them grow and make progress in their careers. And there it is, page 18, distributed management and leadership in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Wonderful stuff. And also, we're up to the last question. You've done really, really well, guys. This is it. So, you can take a break after this, but you've done just such a wonderful job. Let's see what this one is. You have been allocated to a new project team with members from different parts of the functional business area. It soon becomes clear that very few of them have worked on a project before. There is a lot of miscommunication and rework is occurring amongst the team, which is starting to cause delays. What will you do next? Okay, and again, this is one of those things that we'll see all the time in your own project career. Set a daily stand-up with your team to ensure they update what they completed. I mean, that probably could help. Review the resource assignment matrix with your team to ensure they are doing their job. I mean, that also could help. I have a feeling there's a better option here, maybe around clarity, of the role or something similar. Help the team set their vision and objectives, roles and responsibilities, here we are, and team operations. Usually done through a team charter, as we have seen. So that is something really, really good to do at any stage in your project as well. So really, really good to go through those things. Send your team members on training in their roles to increase their capability. So again, these 3 are all really, really good options, but the best option, again, from an agile perspective, or even from a leadership perspective, vision, setting the roles and responsibilities, getting clarity for your team, helping the team operations and how we operate and escalate things. Let's go with answer C for all of that. And there it is. When project teams form across different organizations, more work may be required up front to establish a one-team mindset, ensuring everyone understands how they contribute. Team development, such as establishing a vision, clear roles and responsibilities, and a way of working are key. Page 18, under common aspects of team development. And you made it. That's the last of this 10-question set. And of course, there are many, many more to come if you want to continue. And I truly believe that you can pass the PMP exam with all of the wonderful preparation that you're doing. Keep going. I really do believe in you. I know it can seem challenging and difficult at times, but if you keep going and keep learning every single day, I truly believe that you can do it. You are nearing the end of a difficult project where the vendor providing the system to your company has taken longer than anticipated. The deliverables have been quality tested, validated, and verified. Okay, quality tested, validated with the project sponsor, and or validated against the acceptance criteria and verified with the project sponsor, probably accepted. Your project sponsor is keen to finish the project and close it off. What will you do next? All right, let's have a look. What do we do when we close off a project? Review the project management plan and approve change requests? I don't think so. Review the procurement agreement and accepted deliverables. If we're looking at a vendor, probably this one, I like that one. Review the requirements management plan and requirements traceability matrix. No, I don't think in particular requirements management plan, I don't think is relevant. It's more how we manage the requirements, not really for us here. Maybe outstanding risks and issues, but everything's already been tested and validated and signed off. And any approved change requests, maybe, but I think the best answer for us being a vendor, let's go with answer C. All right, excellent. With the closing phase of a project, the procurement agreements of the accepted deliverables and the accepted deliverables are inputs to close the project. When the project deliverables have been verified, they're accepted by the project sponsor, and you can close the project or phase. And there it is in the PMBOK guide, page 124, close project or phase, if you want to check that out for yourself. And that was a nice, easy one to start off with, I think. So I hope, that was pretty good. But also, a little bit of learning about the procurement process. So that's also pretty good. Now, next question. You're managing a team through a difficult project, which has been made more difficult by many team members being new and inexperienced, and not having the right capability to get the work done. You're getting pressure from your steering committee to improve the performance of your project. What will you do next? So we have not got the right capability and we're getting pressure to improve the performance of the project. Okay, let's see what options we have here. Use Tuckman's ladder of forming, storming, norming, performing with your team. Usually that's a guide for where we are. So are we in the storming stage? Are we in the norming stage? I don't think we can use that with the team particularly. It's more of a guide for where we are. So let's say no for that one for now. Use co-location, so getting everyone together, a shared knowledge portal, training and team assessments. And I like the training idea because we're trying to raise the capability. But co-location, people can learn from each other just by picking up stuff and conversations in the office as well. So that's also really good. And it's been lost a little bit with a lot of remote work, but it's starting to come back. So you will see this come back more and more. Team assessments as well to see how the team is going. I think this one is looking really good. Let's see what else we have just in case. Use conflict management, influencing and emotional intelligence to get your team on side. They're pretty good things, but probably not as extremely relevant to the question here for capability and performance. And use brainstorming and root cause analysis to get to the heart of the problem. I love this as well, really good answer, but I think for our purposes, the best one is answer B, and there it is. This example is referencing the process of developing the team in resource management. Tools and techniques in this process include co-location, interpersonal skills, communication technology, training, team assessments, recognition and rewards, and more. And all of those things are really, really good to know and understand in the real world as well. Training, communication technology, how are we going to use those things to build our team and build the resources within our team? Co-location, interpersonal skills, really, really important stuff, and it delves into it in a bit more detail in the PMBOK guide, page 340 to 342 under Develop Team Tools and Techniques. So really worthwhile checking that out, not just for the exam, but actually, for use in the real world as well. How did you go for that one? That was really, really good. All right, I think these are getting pretty good. Let's see what the next question holds as well. You've planned the scope, schedule, cost, and resources with your team. You've also identified a large number of risks within the project. Okay, could be a clue for us. You're in the process of assigning the probability and impact to the risks when one of the risks occurs. Okay, so something's actually happened. Your project sponsor immediately worries about a worst case scenario. But what will you do next? So we've got the probability and impact of the risks, and one of the risks has actually happened. So how do we deal with that? Okay, let's see what options we have. Utilize the management reserve for your project to mitigate the risk. Now remember, management reserve is more about scope, so any unforeseen scope, but still in scope for the project that we didn't see coming, so any dollars assigned that we need to use for any scope that we didn't see coming, but that we still want to do for our project. I don't think that's going to be in use for us here. Review or create the risk response, that could be good, in the risk register, and then use the appropriate contingency reserve to implement it. Okay, this is really good as well, because the contingency reserve is about known unknowns. In other words, known risks for our project. So we give our budget, there's our budget, we add a little contingency reserve on top. That becomes our project budget, which we add the management reserve for unforeseen scope on the top of that. So contingency reserve is for risks that we have an idea that might be coming. And I think that's what's actually happened here. So I think B is probably going to be our one. Let's see what else we have just in case. Perform quantitative analysis on the risk to ensure you know how much it will cost. And quantitative is more of your financial, it's more in-depth analysis on your risks. So usually about how much it will cost, maybe scenarios or simulations. So Monte Carlo simulation, for example, runs of 1,000 different variations of how the risk might play out. So that's your quantitative analysis, very in-depth, usually financial as well, but not for us here. Accept the risk for now, as the risk analysis is not yet complete, and I think we could do better than that. We still need to have a response, and that's what we're talking about. So let's go with answer B. And there it is. This scenario describes performing qualitative risk analysis. Once done, risks are placed in the risk register with their responses, and an appropriate contingency reserve is added to the work package for these known unknown risks. So we know they're coming, but we just don't, risks are inherently unknown things. That is why we treat them as risks. And here it is, page 440 in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, if you want to check that out for yourself. And risk register is the section. Really worth checking out. All right, next question. A significant change has been made to the project scope after finding a serious system flaw. This scope change will impact the scope, cost, and schedule of the project. You analyze the impacts to each, raise an issue in the issue log, and are about to raise a change request. What will you do next? So we've analyzed the impacts, that's fantastic. We've raised an issue because the issue's already happened, and we need still to raise a change request. So how do we go about that? Let's see what options we have here. Review the configuration management plan for the baseline project items. So with this, the configuration management plan shows us which items need to go through the change control process. But I think we already know that because we're actually about to raise a change request. We already have looked at the impacts and we're nearly there. So I think that one can be ruled out. Add the detail as a project delivery risk in your risk register. Again, this one is if we're looking at issues, it's already happened. So a risk is in the future. So, and then when it happens, it becomes an issue, and then we need to make a change with a change request. I think we're well past the idea of logging it as a risk already. Update the change log and implement the changes required. Okay, that could be quite good. So update the change log when we have a change request, I think that's a good thing. And then implement the changes required. I'm not sure if we're quite there yet though. So this one's a maybe. Let's see what else we have. Check the change management plan, well, that looks promising, for the change control board members and process. Okay, I think that's probably going to be our one here, because we're looking at the process for our change request. We definitely need to know that. And also the change control board. So who do we go to with our change request? Plus it's good practice to look for that process in the change management plan. And then once we have raised that change request, we can log that in the change log, and once it's approved, then we can implement the changes required. So I think for our purposes, let's go with answer D. All right, there it is. Perform integrated change control process includes a change control board CCB, which is a formally chartered group responsible for reviewing, evaluating, approving, deferring, or rejecting changes to the project, and for recording and communicating such decisions. So once they approve it, then we all go about and we communicate that back to the stakeholders. Was it approved? Was it rejected? And why? And the change management plan provides direction for managing that change control process. So how do we go about it? And documents the roles and responsibilities of the change control board. And this could be many different things in your project. It could just be the project manager. It could be just the project sponsor. It could be a whole steering committee. It could be a bunch of executives in your organization. So it depends on the project and how it's set up. And if you want to check out that in more detail, page 116 in the PMBOK guide, Change Management Plan. All right, getting a little bit trickier, that one actually. So that was good, the change process, very good to know. Next question. 5 major defects have been found during quality testing, resulting in the scope changing significantly and affecting your schedule and budget. You have analyzed the impacts and raised change requests for each. Okay, great. So we've analyzed those impacts, raised those change requests. The Change Control Board has approved 2 changes, rejected 2 changes, and deferred 1. And so once they do this, as we said, then we need to communicate that back to the stakeholders. So this could be where we're heading here. Let's have a look. Record the outcomes in the change log. I think that's very promising. And communicate the deferred and rejected changes to the change requester. I think that's actually very promising. That could be our one here. But let's have a look at what else we have just in case. Review and reprioritize the project scope to fit the must-have items into delivery. I think we still need to go to the change process, through the change process, so not for now. Raise a risk, again, it's already happened. So we're well past the idea of risks happening. It's already an issue and it's already become a change. So we'll say no to that one for now. Raise a claim on the affected changes to give them a better chance of approval. That's when we're working with a vendor. So claims are if there are contested changes that need to be made on your project, working with a vendor that you don't agree that they delivered what they said they were going to deliver. So we make a claim and then we go through the claims process. But we don't need that for now, so I think for our purposes it's going to be answer A. All right, good stuff. So the outcome of all change requests are recorded in the change log, and deferred or rejected change requests are communicated to the person or group requesting that change. Very important to know, and also really good to do in your actual project career, communicating, making sure people are coming along on that journey with you so they're all on board and staying on side. Really, really good stuff. Page 120 in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, and I think we're nearly halfway through this little section here, so you're doing great, guys. Keep going. This is really, really good. You're working through the scope of a newly kicked off project. The senior user is unsure on how the requirements and scope come together to create a deliverable that will work for him and the functional manager. Your program manager suggests you use decomposition. In this circumstance, what will you do next? Okay, is this just about decomposition, which is basically a work breakdown structure? So there's the feature, there are the parts that make up the feature, and here are the work packages that we assign and that someone can actually physically create as part of your project, and you can assign them to someone to do. So I think that's probably where we're going here. Estimate activity resources for who is required to deliver the item. I don't think that's decomposition, so no. Define a project scope for the functional manager. That could be good. Let's put a maybe for that one. Create a work breakdown structure and define the activities in your schedule. I think that's probably one of the better ones because it's that decomposition is a work breakdown structure. And create the project charter and the project management plan for a clear view of the project. Definitely a good thing to do, but not for where we're heading here. I think if these 2 things match up, I think we should go with answer C. Let's see. All right, excellent. Decomposition is breaking things down. It's decomposing into smaller and more manageable parts. It's a tool and technique for both create work breakdown structure and the define activities processes. So among all, option C is the right answer. And we've got page 156 and page 185 in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition if you want to check that out directly. That's a great waterfall guide. Also has some agile tools in there as well, adaptive tools. It really is a wonderful tome on project management. How did you go for that one? I thought that was quite good. I don't know if they're getting easier or if we're getting better, but you know, it hasn't been too bad this round. So hopefully we don't jinx ourselves on this one. All right, next question. You have been assigned to take over a project in your organization and it has gone off track, with scope creep causing the schedule and cost to increase. Okay, you can't quite understand the current cadence and the way of working within the team, so you decide to find out their development approach, including any modifications. What will you do next? Okay, so we're going off track, not good, but what is their development approach? So how are we actually developing the thing? I think that's probably what this question is mostly about. Let's have a look. Review the project charter, as this was the original agreed document. I think we could do better than that for our project cadence. I think it's probably more in the project management plan actually. So let's see if that comes up. Review the schedule management plan, as this will have team cadence schedules. That's more about the schedule of the deliverables than the team cadence schedules. So that's a no for that one. Review the project management plan, as this will house the cadence approach. I think that's probably going to be our one there. And review the stakeholder register for stakeholder cadence needs. And I don't think that's it. Stakeholder register has who our stakeholders are and, you know, do they have a high impact or influence, and how often, you know, what are their needs on the project and what are their requirements usually, how that ties in with our project. So I think for us, let's go with answer C. And there it is. The development approach, including any modifications, is included in the project management plan. This defines whether predictive, iterative, agile, or a hybrid approach will be used on your project. So that's really, really good to know. That's where you're going to find it. And also that's where we will put it when we're creating our artifacts in our own projects as well. Very handy. Page 88 in the PMBOK guide, 6th edition, if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, how did you guys go with that one? That was pretty good as well. And we've only got a couple to go in this little section, so I think you're doing amazing. I think together we're getting through this. This is going really, really well. All right, you're working on a complex engineering project where a significant amount of risk has been found with your team and the customer. The functional manager approaches to ask if she can work with your team to plan any risk responses. You agree to help her update the risk register with, okay, planning risk responses. I think that's what we're looking at here. Risk triggers, agreed response strategies, and residual risks after mitigation. Oh, I think that's a great answer, that one. So we're looking at, you know, what are those risk responses? They need to be triggered. We need to have a strategy for responding to them. And what happens, how much risk is left once we have responded? I think that's probably going to be our answer actually, you know, make it nice and easy for us. Let's see what else we've got just in case. Risk contingency reserves, quantitative analysis, that's our financial analysis that we were looking at before, or, you know, very in-depth risk analysis, simulations and that sort of thing. Financial impact responses, that's more of your quantitative risks as well. The list of risks, their probability and impact, and their overall risk rating, that is just the risk assessment. So I think that's close actually, but it's not directly related to risk responses. So that one's a close one. I like it, but this one is still better. Okay, what's our last one? Risk owners, assumptions, and mitigations. That is also good. I really like that one as well. That's a high maybe. But again, best response for us is in line with risk responses directly. I think we're going to go with answer A. All right, thank goodness. This situation is describing the plan risk responses process. The risk register is updated with information like agreed upon response strategies, triggers, warning signs of risk occurrence, so it could be happening on the horizon, residual risks that are expected to remain, so what's left over because they're deliberately accepted, and the risk register is an output of this process. Well, that's also very good to know. So at the end of the day, we're going to have the risk register. So that's very good. And we've got page 448 in the PMBOK guide in that risk section there, if you want to check that out for yourself, and that's where that answer came from. Really great work. That's amazing. And you know what else is amazing? We're down to the last 2 questions for this particular section. So you're doing great, guys. Last 2. Keep going. We're nearly there. Your project is nearing completion, just like we're nearing completion of this little question set here, so that's really wonderful. You have monitored and controlled quality through testing and risks with mitigations throughout your project life. The project sponsor is concerned that she won't know if the product being delivered has the desired effect on her business area once it is released. What will you do next? So how do we know if the project had the desired effect? What's the benefit? How do we know that they got that benefit? Usually this is in the benefits management plan, I think. So, I mean, if we see something there, that's probably going to be in. Oh, and I've just drawn all over it. But you know what? Oh, I see it there. Consult the benefits management plan and act in accordance to that process. I think that probably could be our one. What else have we got just in case? Quality management, that's for our testing. Business case, oh, that could be it. But the business case will have the reason why we're doing the project, not how we match up the benefits of the project. So close, but not quite. And consult the risk register. Well, they always just want to throw risks in here as well. It's like, we're past risks at this point again. But they just love throwing risks in there. Who doesn't love risk on their project after all? But for us, to reduce that risk, I think let's go with answer B. All right, excellent work. What the sponsor is talking about here is the benefit to her business when we're delivering our project. The value, the business value. The benefits management plan is a type of business document that describes how and when the benefits will be delivered, the process that should be in place to measure those benefits. So how are we measuring it? During closing, it's reviewed to measure whether the benefits of the project were achieved as planned. Page 125 under Benefits Management Plan in the PMBOK guide if you want to check that out. And also what I want to check out is the last question for this little tiny section of questions that we are working through, and you and I are working through together, and we've done an amazing job. Good team, doing great. Let's get into this one. You are the project manager, which is a good thing, on a high-profile software project that involves automation technology not used before in your company. Because of this, your team have no resources to complete that part of the project. Okay, the steering committee approves outsourcing this work. Okay, so we haven't used it before, no one understands it, so we need to use a vendor to complete this. So we need a suitable vendor. What will we do next? Okay, perform a make or buy analysis to ensure a correct decision. I think we're already past that. We already know if we're going to make or buy. We pretty much know that we need to buy it. So I think we can say we're past that section for now. Approach your procurement department, which is good for our vendors, for a suitable contract to proceed with, such as cost plus incentive fee. I think for outsourcing, that's probably going to be good. Create the procurement statement of work and source selection criteria. That actually sounds really good as well. I think we'd probably do this before this one actually, so that could be good as well. Review the current agreements and change requests impacting third-party work. Current agreements, I don't think we need to go there just yet, so we can rule that one out. We don't, change requests might happen once the work starts, perhaps, but probably not before then. So do we create the procurement statement of work? That's what we need them to deliver, yes. And the source selection criteria. So they've approved outsourcing the work to work with a suitable vendor. I think we need to find a suitable vendor, and we use source selection criteria to find that. So what's the criteria that we're using to find our vendor? I think this is quite tricky, but the best answer for us, I think, might be answer C. Let's see. All right, excellent. Wow, that was a little bit tricky. In this scenario, we're in the beginning stages of procuring a vendor. The right process is plan procurement management, where the outputs are to create the procurement statement of work and the source selection criteria so that we can find those vendors, and that's really good. Other items are the bid documents, like a request for proposal or a request for quote, for example, and the procurement strategy. So what is the strategy that we're taking? And so that's outlined from start to finish. The time for make or buy analysis has passed with the third-party approach already being approved. Page 460, 477, 478 in the PMBOK guide right there if you want to check it out. And that is a wonderful thing because we have finished these 10 questions and you have done such an amazing job. But not only that, you're doing something that is extremely powerful for your career, but also for your life. As you can see, all of these things, in your life of business and in your career, you're going to need to work with third parties. You're going to need to work with people and get people on side and communicate changes and make changes to make a difference in your company and in your life. So all of these tools are going to help you no matter where you go. You're doing something truly, truly great. You're a project manager working in the initial phases of a project, trying to put together a document for your stakeholders to have your project approved. You remember the 5 C's of communication from your studies and decide to use them here. What will you do next? Okay, so the 5 C's. This should be pretty straightforward. Connect each part of the communication. Create a bond, between the message sender and receiver. Usually it's like clear and concise. Oh, here we go. Ensure clear purpose and expression directed to the needs of the reader. Clear purpose, that could be good. And care about the subject and the person. While these 3 are pretty good things to do, I don't think they're directly related to the 5 C's. It's like a clear, concise, clarity, stuff like that. Oh gosh. But it's those sorts of things. And I think this one really fits the bill. So I think we're going to go with answer C here. All right, here we are. And this will give us a clue on what to look for as well. In this scenario, we're talking about the 5 C's of communication, which is correct grammar. Oh, that's wonderful. And spelling, concise expression. So keeping it neat and short and not too long, not too waffling on like I have a habit of doing. Elimination of excess words, clear purpose and expression directed to the needs of the reader, and coherent logical flow of ideas, controlling your flow of words and ideas as well. Page 363 under Key Concepts for Project Communications, if you want to check that out for yourself in the PMBOK guide. All right, that was a nice one to start with. Let's see what we've got next. You have been working with the stakeholders in your project for some time, and the communication has been getting more and more tense with each interaction. You perform a stakeholder engagement assessment and discover the majority of your stakeholders are either resistant or neutral. What will you not do next? And with our stakeholder engagement assessment, they're either unaware, they're resistant, neutral, supportive, or leading. And obviously if they're unaware, resistant, or even neutral, we prefer them, we want to bring them up to supportive and leading for our project as stakeholders. So what are we not going to do in order to bring them up to this level? Ensure you're actively listening with each interaction, speaking less and listening more. That's a great thing to do. I think that's great. Increase your awareness of cultural and personal differences. Wonderful thing to be aware of with our stakeholders. Identify, set, and manage stakeholder expectations correctly. I think that's a wonderful thing as well. Sometimes it's just mismanaged expectations. They were expecting something over here, and we gave them something over here, and now all of a sudden they're unhappy, which is not good. So and then we have to manage that. Makes our life painful as well. So what else have we got? Escalate the stakeholder issue to their functional manager to bring them back in line. I think this isn't directly, the way that we would usually do it. Sometimes you can escalate these things to their functional managers, but it's easier to work with them first and see if we can, bring them on side, bring them on board, raise their capability, have them come along for the journey at the same time. So I think this is the one that we're probably not going to do first. In the real world, you may have to do this, but I would use it as a last resort. The first 3 are way better alternatives to do first. So let's go with answer D is what we're not going to do. And there it is. In this scenario, we're talking about communication. There are 4 things that support the 5 C's of communication, and they're listening actively, awareness of cultural differences and personal differences, identifying and managing stakeholder expectations, enhancement of skills in negotiation, coaching, and conflict resolution. So we're going to need those skills when we're working with stakeholders. Page 363 in the PMBOK guide, if you want to check that out for yourself. Really, really recommend that as well. All those soft skills that really will help you, no matter what you're working in, if it's a project or even anything else. And so that's really, really good. How did you guys go with that one? I thought that was very nice. Quite easy to get into. Well, let's see what we've got next. You have been working on a large database transfer project when the manager for data in your organization identifies the aging systems as a threat to your project. You review this with your project team and decide to perform qualitative risk analysis on the threat. What will you do next? Okay, qualitative risk analysis. This seems pretty straightforward. There are two types, as we know. Qualitative risk analysis, which is your impact and your likelihood. So how likely is it to happen? And then what's the impact if it does happen? And this can be a subjective measure. So usually it can be from 1 to 5 or from low to high, or anything that you choose to give it. Usually there's a rating system. And then often we multiply those two things together to give us our rating. So 4 times 4, for example, 4 out of 5 times 4 out of 5 is 16 out of 25 in total possible risk assessment there for us. But that's just one way to do it. Quantitative is more of our big simulations and financial analysis. So that's a little bit different as well. But do we review the quality of the data? No. Do we assign a probability of occurrence and an impact? I think that's probably where we're going with all of this stuff that I was just waffling on about. Perform analysis on a range of outcomes. That's our quantitative stuff, so our simulations, so that's not that one. And add a risk trigger, mitigation, and owner to the threat. That's what we do in our risk register when we're doing our risk responses. So not that one just yet. For our purposes, let's go with answer B. And there it is. This scenario is talking about qualitative risk analysis, which is described as the process of prioritizing individual project risks by assessing their probability of occurrence as well as their impact, and sometimes other characteristics as well. Page 419 if you want to check that out for yourself, under Perform Qualitative Risk Analysis in the PMBOK guide. So you can go straight there because there's 700 or 800 pages in that book. It's very hard to find if you were looking page by page, that's for sure. How did you go for that one? I thought that was really, really good. All right, let's see what we've got next. You're managing a project that has formed organically around an important process improvement. Okay, so a small project perhaps. You have been given limited resources and a very small budget from the project sponsor. You're planning risk management with your team, but you do not have the resources to complete all the necessary risk tasks. Which step will you remove in such a project? Okay, so we've got we don't have a lot of budget, and we're trying to remove tasks when we're looking at risks. Okay, so we're going to remove qualitative risk analysis. No, because that's that one that we looked at before. We really need that probability and impact. That's pretty much the backbone of risk analysis, basically. So we need to keep that. Quantitative risk analysis, though, that's that big financial risk analysis, the simulations, the Monte Carlo simulations, and all those sorts of things. We could very easily get rid of that. Not 100% necessary in most cases, and definitely a lot more of a financial strain on our project. So I think that one could be our one. Let's see what else we have. Identify the risks. We still need to do that. And plan risk management. I think we still need to do that as well. And usually we could do that as a project manager with our risk manager if we have one. So that would just sort of happen normally anyway. We wouldn't need anything extra like we would with quantitative risk analysis. I think let's go with answer B. All right, excellent. There it is. In the PMBOK guide, quantitative risk analysis consumes additional time and cost. The use of quantitative risk analysis is more likely appropriate for large or complex projects or strategically important projects as well. And if we want to check that out, page 429 in the PMBOK guide, around that risk section, really, really good to check out. Very important for almost every project that you will ever deliver, and really, really cool. All right, I thought that was really good. All right, what have we got next? And we're nearly halfway through this little section. You're doing great. Keep going, guys. This is really, really good. You are the project manager on a waterfall project. Very handy because we're doing waterfall questions. And you have planned the requirements, scope and schedule with your team. You now need to create the cost estimates for your project. What will you not do as part of your cost estimates? Wow, okay. Okay, what will we not include? Contingency amounts to account for identified risks. Whoa, this is good. Cost estimates. So we have our project budget. We add contingency reserves on top of that for risks. So we actually need that. The known cost of project changes and managing project change. Ooh, goodness, managing project change. I think that actually just comes under the normal process of managing a project. So that's a maybe for now. What are we not going to do? We definitely want to do that. Indirect costs at the activity level if they're included in the project estimate. Indirect costs, I would say no, but if they are included in the project estimate, which is this, then yes. So I think we do need that actually. That's a little, if it didn't say that, I probably wouldn't have done it. But I think if they're already included, then yeah, we have to. A management reserve for the unforeseen scope changes. When we have all of that put together, we actually add on top the management reserve for unforeseen scope changes that are still needing to be delivered within our project. So they're still technically part of our project, but we didn't see them coming. That's our management reserve on top of that. That gives us our total cost estimates. So I think the one that we're not going to do, that's the most ambiguous, is answer B here. But just because that's part of managing a project in day-to-day life, let's see what we've got, answer B. All right, excellent. Well, that was lucky, but I think we liked all the other ones so much, it really just had to be that one instead. Cost estimates, which is the main output for estimating the costs process, include contingency and management reserves for risks and scope, and indirect costs if they're included in the project estimate. Page 246 in the PMBOK guide, cost estimates. If you want to check that out for yourself, really good as well. Managing cost, obviously extremely important for any project. All right, how did you go for that one? I think we're doing really well. I think we're possibly getting better at these things. Let's see what we've got next. Hopefully they don't get harder now, or maybe that's a good thing. We can really test our mettle in these PMP questions. You've just taken over as a project manager on a difficult waterfall project. Multiple project stakeholders have approached you and asked to make changes to different parts of the scope, cost, and the delivery or the schedule of your project. You're trying to figure out which items need change approval and which can just be done. What will you do next? Okay, so what we're talking about, which items need to go through the configuration management process, through the change management process. And to do that, we usually look at the document called the configuration management plan, which items need to be configured, which have been baselined, so they're locked in a place in time, and if they need to change, we need to go through the proper process to change that. So they need to be, that's configuration management. Which ones need to be configured? I think if that's in there, and I can see it in there, so review the configuration management plan for baselined items, that's probably what we're looking for. Change management plan is for the change approval process. That's not relating to the items, that's for the process itself, so not quite, but a bit tricky. Scope management plan also looks at how scope will be gathered and managed and changed also, but again, not which items have been baselined and need to be configured. So again, a little bit tricky. Requirements traceability matrix is for our requirements, matching those up to the scope that we're going to be delivering. So again, pretty close, but I think our best answer is C. And there it is. The change management plan explains the change process. However, it's the configuration management plan that shows which items in your project are baselined and need to go through the change management process. So there we are, page 169, configuration management plan, if you want to check that out for yourself. And now we're over halfway, so you've done great. This is the little section that we're going through, more than halfway through. Keep going, guys. You're doing a fantastic job. Now let's see what we've got. You're new to a project and you've been approached by the functional manager. No one has been able to tell them exactly what the project is about. Oh, that's a bit worrying. And what they need to be aware of, including the high-level scope. Oh, I like where this is going. High-level scope, schedule, risks, and who approved the project in the first place. This sounds like the project charter, but let's have a look. What will you do next? A project charter has those high-level scope, even a few stakeholders, the approving manager, usually the project sponsor, and high-level risks, milestones, and that sort of thing. So it's really just and that's what kickstarts our project. And yeah, it's a really good place to start. So check the project activity list and schedule. That's not going to have risks in it, so no. Hold a sprint review to see what the team have developed so far. It doesn't have approvers or anything like that. And that's just for a tiny little increment, and it's not for the whole project, so no. Review the project charter, there we are, and identify the stakeholder impacted by the change, probably going to be that one. Yeah, so it takes it a step further with the stakeholders impacted as well, which is really, really good. Visit the project management office to gather organizational process assets. Those could be artifacts that we use in our project, but it could be anything. It's not particularly specific to what we're looking at. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer C. All right, excellent work. The project charter holds the high-level information you need to get up to speed, including the project purpose, high-level requirements and deliverables, summary milestone schedule list, project risk, stakeholders, and more. And it usually isn't too long of a document, but it's that document that we need to kickstart that project. And there it is, page 155, project charter, if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, I think they're getting really, really good. We're doing well, and we've only got a couple to go. Keep going, you're doing great. The project manager on your project recently left, and you agreed to see the project through as it is nearly complete. The deliverables have been accepted, and you just need to communicate the release to any and all affected stakeholders in the way that they agreed. Okay, what do we need here? So we've nearly finished our project. Do we just close it down? I'm not sure. What will you do next? Okay, so we're communicating though, that's important. Review the communication management plan for how communication is managed. Possibly, I like that one. Communicate the release to any and all affected stakeholders. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. Is it stakeholders? Okay, stakeholder engagement plan to see how they prefer to be engaged. I think that's more not necessarily around communication. Review the stakeholder register for the people you need to communicate to. I think that's good, but it doesn't show how they want to be communicated to. That's more this one up here. And review the resource management plan for the resources affected by your project. That's more who we're going to gather, who we need to deliver our project. So probably not that one as well. I think the best answer for us is going to be that answer A. Let's have a look. All right, excellent. The communications management plan describes how the project communications will be planned, structured, implemented, and monitored for effectiveness. The plan contains things such as stakeholder communication requirements, information to be communicated, reason for the distribution of that information, and more. So everything to do with communication and the reasons why and who we're communicating to. And page 377 in the PMBOK guide under Communications Management Plan, if you want to check that out for yourself. And you know what else we can check out is the last two questions for this particular section. Let's get into these. We're nearly there. You have been working on a project in your organization for some time. In the latest working group meeting, the project sponsor adds a new executive member to the group. As soon as they arrive, they raise a new scope item that was not in the original plan. What will you do next? Okay, what will we do next? So it's a new stakeholder. As soon as they arrive, they raise a new scope item. Okay, so that's going to be quite tricky. Who even are they? Do they have the authority to add these items? There's that as well. So where do we start? Raise a change request to change the scope baseline. I think we need to do a bit more analysis here first. Do we actually have to make the change? Is it a valid change? We don't know. Update the stakeholder register with the new stakeholder details. Yep, that could probably be good. It's a new stakeholder. We need to know where they fit in the greater scheme of things as well. Do they have a lot of control, or are they the customer that we're actually delivering? Do they have a valid reason for this new scope change as well? Raise an issue for the scope change in the issue log. We could do that, yep, because it's already happened. It could be an issue, something that's happened. Update the change log with the initial details of the scope change. That's also a good one because it's potentially a change request, but we haven't really, we don't know if we're doing a change request yet. So it's an issue, yes, an issue, and it's in the issue log, but how do we manage that? It's just a scope item change. So to manage that, I think if we go all the way back to the beginning, the person who's come on board the project, we need to add them to the stakeholder register and start to flesh out the details of that stakeholder so we understand whether we really need to make this change or not. There are a lot of good answers here, but I think they come later. I think we're going to go with updating that register first. All right, there it is. Okay, that was actually pretty lucky, I think. That was a bit tricky. The stakeholder register contains identification information, name and role, assessment information, for example, requirements and potential for influencing the project, and stakeholder classifications such as the impact that we're giving. Are we really impacting their area? Maybe we need to listen to them then. And as the stakeholder has just joined the project, this is the very next thing that we need to do. The change control process can come next, but usually not before analysing the impact to your project. So the cost or the scope or the schedule impact as well. So that's very good to know. And we've got page 514 in the PMBOK guide if you want to check that one out for yourself. And you know what else I want to check out for myself is the last question in this particular section. You guys have done an amazing job. Let's get into it. Then we can have probably a little break, a well-deserved break, because you've been doing such a great job. All right, your project team have been complaining about poor stakeholder engagement in a certain part of the organization for some time. It's now impacting the project schedule, and you may need to use your contingency reserve to crash the schedule and bring it back on track. Contingency reserve is technically for risks, so risks that we may have seen coming in our project. What will you do next? But crashing the project, crashing the schedule is throwing money and resources at it, so maybe that makes sense. Let's see what we've got here. Review the cost management plan and access the appropriate contingency reserve, potentially. But the thing is, what are we actually doing here? The team have been complaining about poor stakeholder engagement. So how does that relate to the contingency reserve? Maybe we need to take this back a step actually. What have we got? Performing root cause analysis on the problem with your team. So what is the actual problem? Can we rein this in without using contingency reserves to crash the schedule, which again seems like a bit of a bigger option really. Like, do we have to go that far? Can we actually solve the problem first? I think that could be quite a good answer. Raise the engagement as a risk and escalate it immediately to the functional manager. Well, it's already happening, I think. That's also a maybe, a high maybe. Definitely it's impacting us. Change the way of working to agile to increase stakeholder engagement. That's probably not going to do it just by itself. Obviously, there's still problems, whether it's agile or whether it's waterfall or anything in between. We still have to manage it, and really, that's not going to be a magic, or a silver bullet for us here. So let's say no for that one. But that's the only one that we could really say directly no to. Raising it as a risk, has it already happened? Let's put that as a low maybe for now. So do we perform root cause analysis on the problem, or do we just go ahead and access that cash management reserve straight away? I think if we're responsible project managers, we should try and problem solve this first. So this could be a bit tricky, but let's go with answer B. Okay, all right. Let's see the reasons why here and see what they say. Root cause analysis is an analytical technique used for identifying root causes and problem solving. So that's good. I think this is about being a responsible project manager first, trying to solve it first, then accessing contingency reserves if we absolutely have to. We won't access a contingency reserve until we've properly analysed the impact to our project, so there's that, that's good. Risks must also go through the proper process of analysis, assignment and mitigation before deciding to escalate as a response. Changing the way of work won't magically increase engagement straight away. So all of those things bring us back to problem solving. Page 292 in the PMBOK guide, root cause analysis. Very handy, and also a handy tool to have as a project manager when you're working in the real world. And another handy tool to have is all of these wonderful scenarios that we are now becoming really, really good at. And you can find these responses in your day-to-day life. When you come across them, you'll know exactly what to do. And how cool is that? Also, you're doing such a wonderful thing because project management is everywhere. You're always going to need it. This is a wonderful thing that you're doing for your life and your career. Keep going. I know you can do it. You are delivering a brand new product line into your organization, partly utilizing a third-party system. You've been working with the functional manager and her team to gather their expert judgment throughout development. When they raise a concern that the third-party system is being discontinued and losing support in the next 12 months, what will you do next? All right, so we've got a system, it's disappearing, it's probably going to impact our project, and so it's just a concern at this stage. What are we going to do about that? Okay, let's see what options we have here. Update the risk register. That could be quite good. So technically, okay, and I see we've got the issue log here as well. So this could be about the difference between the issue log and the risk register. An issue is if it's actually happened, and a risk is if it's something that's happening in the future that we could manage and mitigate and do something about, or maybe have a control for. So potentially between these two things, we might want to go with the risk register as it's something happening in the future. So we might want to put in a control for this. Maybe there's something that we can do about it to help this or stop this. So that's actually looking pretty good. Let's see what else we have. Ignore the concern. Well, I mean, as you know, if we ignore something, it's probably going to fester and maybe it's going to be worse. Maybe it will go away, but if it doesn't go away, then we're going to be in some serious trouble. So how about we just, I don't think we should ignore it. I think if we're good managers, we should at least be aware of this thing. So let's put a no with that one for now. Escalate the concern to your project sponsor. And I think you can do these sorts of things, but as a project manager, we want to be managing these things and taking ownership for them and taking control of them ourselves and helping people become aware of these things. So it's actually our responsibility first and foremost. If we run out of all of our options, then maybe we can escalate this to someone else, and it may be the project sponsor or it may be someone else with the right authority. But for now, let's not go with that one. An issue log would only be if it happens. So let's go with updating the risk register, answer A. All right, there it is. What we're describing here is a risk to the delivery of the product and its benefits as well. So that's really good. A risk can get discovered at any point of time in the project, and all identified risks can be recorded to the risk register throughout the life cycle of the project anytime. So that's good to know. One of the outputs of identifying risks is the updated risk register in the PMBOK guide, and there it is, page 409 under identifying risks, if you want to check that out in the PMBOK guide for yourself. PMBOK 6th edition, which is more waterfall, centric, even though it still has some agile tips and tricks and methodologies in there, but a really, really wonderful book. Very big though, so this will take you straight to the source material. How did you go? I thought that was great. Nothing like starting off with a question on risk. Oh, you've got to love that. All right, let's see what we've got next. You have joined a car manufacturing company as a new project manager. Senior management have asked you to take the necessary steps that will enable you to kickstart a project, in a corresponding area for designing a new electronic dashboard. What will you do next? So we're taking the necessary steps to enable us to kickstart a new project. How do we do that? So there's a few ways. We might do things like a business case. We might benchmark other companies or that sort of thing to get that like a feasibility study. But to actually kickstart the project itself, usually that's done with a project charter. So project charter. That is what we get approval from the managers with the resources and the money to kickstart our project. So I think if there's anything there, let's see, review the marketplace conditions. I mean, we might do that, maybe, but to kickstart a project, no. Create a cost-benefit analysis and feasibility study for a business case, potentially. So, good things to do, but we still need to kickstart our project. So, these are high maybes. These are good things to do. We need to do them, but maybe not the perfect answer here. Gather the high-level requirements, scope, milestones, and risks for a project charter. That sounds like what we're after. And we're getting that scope and that feasibility, and the milestones. What's going to go into this project at a very, very high level. So we're sort of gathering all those things as well. Start the project through a kickoff meeting immediately and begin gathering resources. Well, that might be jumping ahead a little bit too far. I think we need to do a little bit of planning first and see exactly what it is we want to be delivering. I say we're going to go with answer C. All right, good stuff, there it is. This question is describing the initiating phase of a project. Develop the project charter is the first step in the initiating phase. It is a document that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to project activities. So we can now use these resources from this particular person's area because they've agreed through signing off the project charter. And the project charter has all of the information that they need to make that decision. And it includes a summary milestone, high-level project description, key deliverables, overall project risk at a high level, and more. And we're looking at page 25 and page 81 under Project Charter in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. That was really good. All right, how did you go with that one? You probably beat me to that one because we were going through that a little bit, but it's good to know about the Project Charter. All right, let's see what we've got next. Your project team have just finished defining the scope of the project. Okay, we're defining the scope. They have matched the scope to the original requirements on a requirements traceability matrix. And that's really good. We've got a matrix. We've got, what are the requirements? And then, what is the scope? Who requested them, for example, the people, and what's the acceptance criteria, and what stage is it up to? So all the way from there. Now we can see where those requirements ended up, and are they matched to the scope that we're delivering? Are we delivering what the people wanted or the customer wanted? So the team can't agree on what to do next. What will we ask them to do? Okay, let's see what we've got. Ask your quality team to verify the scope so the project can proceed. Okay, the quality team will verify the deliverables. So once we've created something, the quality team will go in and test those deliverables, make sure that they're meeting the requirements. So I think probably not that one just yet. Approach the project sponsor for acceptance of the project scope. Well, that happens after this one actually. So I think that's jumping ahead even further. So first we verify that they're correct or validate them, then we verify the deliverables with the project sponsor. Okay, break down the scope into activities and place them on a project schedule. That seems pretty reasonable. So once on the flow of things we've got is actually planning, then we've got scope, then we've got the schedule, and then we've got, I think it's cost is next, and then I can't remember the exact order from top to bottom, but that is on page 25 of the PMBOK guide as well. So scope, schedule, cost, then we've got resources, for example, quality is in there, and then you've got things like communications and risk and all of those things. But initially, these are our big ones: scope, schedule, and cost. So that could actually be pretty good. Let's see what else we've got. Review the scope management plan for direction on creating the work breakdown structure. Okay, so defining the scope, this actually could be our one, because to define our scope, we need the scope statement, we need the work breakdown structure, and the work breakdown structure dictionary as well. So all of those three things make up the scope baseline. So all that to say, I think after all that, I think we're probably going to go with answer D. Let's see. Okay, very good. We had a few ones that it could have been, so that was actually pretty good. The order of scope management processes in project planning are collect requirements, define the scope, create the work breakdown structure. The process for creating the work breakdown structure should be outlined in the scope management plan, which outlines the process for creating the scope statement, the work breakdown structure, the scope baseline. It's the process for how to do things. So that's what we're after. And how scope is accepted as well, and how it's changed also, very important. Validating scope is done by the accepting customer So whoever is accepting those deliverables, we're validating that they're correct after quality testing verifies the deliverables through the acceptance criteria. Wow, that's a lot of information, and that's a lot of clues for future questions actually on the process and how this is going to flow. You know, quality testing, acceptance by the sponsor, but before that we need to break it down into a work breakdown structure. All these things, these are little clues that's going to be really helpful. Page 130, 137 in the PMBOK guide if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, that was a really, really good one. A little bit more wordy, that one actually, maybe too wordy. Let's see what this one is like. Hopefully a little bit less, a bit easier. Well, you know, we're doing pretty well. You've just taken over a project that is approximately halfway through and has used around 75% of its budget. Okay, so we're 50% done, we're 75% through our budget, probably not a good thing, so we are over our budget. A change to one of the features has been requested after extensive user acceptance testing, and your project team cannot agree on what to do next or whether changes should be made. Okay, so whether changes should be made in the first place. And I think we got a clue from the previous question. So let's see what we've got here. Check the change management plan for details on how to make changes. So the change management plan will give us the process for making changes. Yep, so how to make changes. Okay, how do we go through the change management process? So that could very well be our one here because we're needing to make a change. So it's a change to one of the features. So what is the process for making that change? That could be it, but we're asking whether do we even need to make the change in the first place? So, you know, what do we do with our scope if these things come up? That could be a different clue. Let's see what we've got. Check the requirements traceability matrix for how the requirements should be traced. Okay, that's a good thing to do, but probably not applicable for us here. So yes, we want to trace those requirements to the scope, but we want to make a change here, so not for us. Blame the previous project manager loudly. Oh, fantastic. For not having a process to deal with this situation. Okay. Oh, now, you know, while we might want to do this, and sometimes you've probably seen people do this in their jobs or in their careers as well, blame everyone else except for themselves. But at some point, someone has to take responsibility. So even if it is someone else's fault, let's take this one and let's be the responsible person. I think let's not put this one for now, even though it could be a bit of fun. Check the scope management plan for details on how to manage the scope. And here's the trick. So this one I love. This one is also good because it has the process for managing scope when there are changes. So what's the change control process? And that's for scope, and that's in the scope management plan. So because we're asking whether or not we actually even need to make changes in the first place, maybe we can't make changes at all and everything's just locked in place. We don't know that unless we check the process for managing our scope. So when we know that we do need to make a change, then we can do the change management plan. So I think this is quite a tricky one, a little bit very tricky actually, but I think we're going to go with answer D. And there it is. Okay, that could have gone wrong. But I mean, those two were both very good. A change management plan defines the process for managing change on the project. That's what we want. But the scope management plan documents how the project and product scope will be defined, validated, monitored, and controlled. So we're controlling that scope and then validated as well. The requirements traceability matrix is a grid that links product requirements from their origin to the deliverables that satisfy them. So that's another clue. I think we're going to get something like that in the future. It's good to know about the requirements traceability matrix, but we haven't had to use it in our questions just yet. Page 169 in the PMBOK guide if you want to check out the scope management plan. Very, very handy to know about. All right, I think we're getting through it. Let's go. We're almost halfway through this little section, so we're doing well. You've been asked to work on a process improvement within your team. The manager has secured a developer to assist you with automating the process once it's streamlined, but you will need to make sure that they understand the process thoroughly, including the criteria to test the automation against. Criteria. And for testing potentially, what will you do next? So we're needing to understand this process, I think, so that they can get their acceptance criteria basically. Okay, anything on acceptance criteria in here? Let's see. Gather your team and developer and create a flow chart together. Okay, that would help us understand the process. So step by step, or maybe it goes down here, or maybe it goes down to this customer, or this person. So that actually could be quite handy. That's a step-by-step process on what we're trying to automate. That could be quite good. Let's see what else we have just in case. An affinity diagram, that groups things together. So now we've got, all of the things in this bucket, all of the things that are similar in this bucket, all of the things similar in this bucket. I don't think that's what we want for our purposes here just yet. Gather your team and perform a cost-benefit analysis for the automation. I don't think that will help us understand the process and the acceptance criteria. Gather your team and create a quality management plan. That's the process for how we manage quality, so that's not it either. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer A. All right, excellent. How did you guys go with that one? That was a little bit easier. I think that was good. A flowchart shows the process from start to finish, including decision points and people, departments or systems involved. It's also a tool for planning the quality management. Page 282 in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, if you want to check that out for yourself. Well done, guys. We're over halfway. You're doing great for this little section. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really good stuff to be aware of for your exam. Let's keep going. You are working on a new project where the design and the project work, including all of the scope and cost, have been planned up front. However, part of the project relies on a vendor creating a new add-on for your project. So we're doing some of the planning up front, and then also we have a third party over here, which will be subject to multiple changes. Okay, so we've got lots of changes happening as the core product is created. What product development lifecycle approach will we recommend to the team? So we've got a lot of waterfall or predictive, but we also need some changes, so maybe incremental, for example. Sounds like we've got a combination which potentially could be a hybrid approach. Let's see what we've got. Predictive or waterfall? Well, we need both, so not that. Iterative is where we're iterating, so we have one big bang, but we're iterating until we get to that one big bang. So we're getting a bit of improvement, check and improvement until we release in one go. That's iterative. That could be okay. Let's see what else. An incremental approach, that's where we're delivering something here. We're delivering in increments until it's all delivered. So usable features. But I don't think that's it either, because we still need that planning all the way up front, plus changes ongoing. So we really, I think really, answer D here, a hybrid approach, combining pre-planned activities, then iterations and ceremonies that promote collaboration and feedback for the changeable parts of this project. I think we're going to go with answer D here. And there it is. That was good. All right. I think we got that from the outset. That was pretty good, that one. A hybrid life cycle is a combination of predictive and an adaptive or agile life cycle. Those elements of the project that are well known have fixed requirements follow a predictive development life cycle, and those elements that are still evolving follow an adaptive development life cycle. So page 19 under project and development life cycles in the PMBOK Guide, if you want to check that out for yourself. How did you go? I thought that was very good. I think this is really good. So now we're getting the whole lot of different stuff on project management and waterfall project management, life cycles, quality management. It's all here. It's fantastic. This is great. All right, what have we got next? The project you are managing has defined the scope. Excellent. And created the scope baseline with the scope statement, the work breakdown structure, and work breakdown structure dictionary. And that's what we were talking about before. The project sponsor is unhappy with the planning process and would like to know how much this scope will cost to deliver. What is the next best action you should take? Okay, how much it will cost, and okay, we need to make more progress. So what are we going to do? And it's very specific here. What's the next best action that we're going to take once we have created the scope statement, WBS, so the scope baseline basically. So scope baseline, as we saw before, you've got scope, then we move into the schedule. So, and then after that, we've got cost. So those things, and then it's quality, I think. So after that, I really have to read up on my PMBOK guide and get better at that. But what is the order of things traditionally that we do in that process group mapping? I love that table. All of that to say, I think we might be looking at something in the schedule area here. So create the project budget. Okay, how much the scope will cost to deliver. Create the project budget could be good because we need to know the cost. But is there something that we do before that? It's the next action we need to take. Define and sequence the activities and estimate their durations. I think that actually could be good because that relates to that schedule that we're talking about here. Create the resource management plan, that comes way later. Review the project charter for the high-level project scope, schedule and costs. We need more information that we're in the planning stage. We've passed that project charter stage. We're planning our project now. We're not just initiating our project anymore. So between the cost and the sequencing deliverables, what are we going to do next? I really think it's going to be schedule before we do our cost, because we need to know where everything fits and that will feed into our cost later on. So let's go with answer B. Okay, that was good. You cannot create the budget without knowing the activities to create the scope, their durations, and the resources required to perform them. So there we go, that's our clue. We need all that information to go into our budget to figure out the cost. The next best action is to define those and sequence those activities and estimate those durations. Page 174 under Plan, Schedule, Management, if you want to check that out for yourself. Well done, guys, that was really good. A little bit tricky again. We've had a few tricky ones here. This has been quite fun. And we've only got 3 to go in this little section. You're doing great. Let's keep going. You're working on a project charter for the initiating stage of a new project that will deliver a new data system. You approach your enterprise data team and ask them for an estimate to deliver these changes. However, your project sponsor believes a third-party vendor. Okay, here we go. I like this. So we've got our enterprise data team internally, but our project sponsor wants a third-party vendor to do it. We'll provide the best solution. So what will we do next? So if we have a choice between internal and external, we need to figure out which is the best option and what's that going to be. So create the project charter and let the steering committee decide. We can't do that until we get more information on who is going to be the best way to, what's the best approach here. Perform a make or buy analysis with a payback period. I love this one, absolutely. So make or buy, is it cheaper or better for us to make it, or is it cheaper or better to buy it? And the payback period. So let's say we spend $100 to make it and only $1 to buy it. However, every month it only costs us $1 to ongoing. So $1, $1, $1, $1 to maintain it internally, but externally it costs us $1,000 a month. And so all of a sudden it's actually more expensive. It seems cheaper on the outset, but it's actually more expensive for us to go externally. That's an example of make or buy with payback period, with that payback period. So ultimately, it won't take very long for us to make our money back if we do it internally. And of course, you will see this happen all the time in your project management career, where people think, oh, we're just gonna buy this, a third-party system, and then, the reality hits home when we realize how expensive it is ongoing, and we don't control the data, and we don't control any of the other information, and we can't make changes to it. All sorts of problems will arise. We have to analyze this stuff up front with make or buy analysis. I really think that's the one. Let's see what else we've got. Ask the enterprise data team for their lowest quote to ensure they win. That could cause problems because maybe they'll have to cut corners to win the quote, of course. So maybe it's not the best approach. Take an agile approach to the project and deliver it in increments. That's not going to save the day just by changing the approach. We still need to do the analysis up front. Let's go with answer B. And there it is. Make or buy analysis is used to decide between 2 or more options in delivering a project, with one of those options being your own organization. It may include a payback period, which is the initial outlay versus ongoing costs for each. Could include net present value, cost-benefit analysis, and more. And we're at page 473 under data analysis in the PMBOK guide. Very good stuff. All right, let's get going. We're nearly there, only 2 questions to go in this section. You're working on a project where the functional manager is unhappy with the changes being brought about to his part of the organization. He argues constantly, misses key meetings, demands multiple sign-offs or to slow progress, and much more. The project sponsor asks you to go for a win-win approach to this conflict. What will you do next? Okay, so stakeholder management, very, very important. And win-win approaches to conflict is probably what we're asking here. So let's see what we've got. Smooth and accommodate, emphasizing areas of agreement. Smooth and accommodate. If we're accommodating someone, we're losing a little bit while they win. So it's a lose-win situational scenario. Let's see what else. Collaborate and problem solve with the manager. Collaborate and problem solve is where we're problem solving and trying to help ourselves and them, and they're problem solving and trying to help themselves and us as well. We're going for a win-win approach. Very, very difficult to do, but problem solving is the way you do it. I think answer B is going to be our one. Compromise and reconcile with the manager. I think, or actually, smooth and accommodate could be lose-lose, you know. I think it's something similar. This could be lose-win. So lose-win, because we're compromising and trying to reconcile with the manager. Forcing and direct is if we're forcing someone, we're trying to win while they lose something. So overall, let's go with answer B for a win-win approach. And there it is. This is a question on managing conflict. Smoothing and accommodating is lose-win. Compromising and reconciling is a lose-lose. There you go. Forcing your viewpoint is win-lose. The only problem solving and collaborating can end in a win-win. And we've got page 348 under conflict management if you want to check that out in the PMBOK guide. And you know what else I want to check out is the last question in this little section, and you guys have done an amazing job. Let's see what this last question holds. You're working on a large multi-year project. You realize that the estimates from a year ago are extremely inaccurate, and the project is now off track. You would like to try a different approach that gives a high-level view of future work and a detailed view of near-term work. Okay, this is good. What are you going to do next? So I think what we're talking about is the approach here. We just need a high-level view of the future work, but a really detailed view of the stuff that's coming up, soon. So what do we call that? I think I have a good idea here. Recommend a decomposition approach? Not quite. That's more like your work breakdown structures, for example. Recommend the process in the schedule management plan? Maybe, but I think we're trying to change that process here actually, so maybe not. Recommend an iterative approach to development? That's where we're iterating towards success and delivering in one big bang. Probably not related here, but what we are doing is recommending a rolling wave planning approach. Rolling wave planning where we're planning in detail and then rolling that on, and then the next bit we plan in detail, but we have a good idea, like a high level idea of the future. Plan that and do that, and then as that gets closer, we plan the next bit in detail, so it's always rolling, always rolling, always rolling. And what else is rolling? Answer D, let's try it. There it is. Rolling wave planning is when you plan near-term work in detail and future work at a high level, page 185, rolling wave planning in the PMBOK guide. And that has been a wonderful, wonderful way to finish this little section. You guys are doing absolutely fantastic. But you know what else? You're doing something that's really, really important. It's important for your life because project management is everywhere, and it's just going to help your career so much. I cannot tell you how much it's helped my own career because projects are really everywhere. This stuff is truly going to help your life and your career. You're in the initiating stages of a project working for a car manufacturer. Their vehicles have been losing market share due to the high price of fuel, and the organization wants to build more fuel-efficient cars. Okay, so we're probably just in the beginning stages of a project before we kick off the project, actually. So quite important to know. You've been asked to put together a business case. There we go, outlining the various options with a specific order to perform benchmarking. Even better. What will you do next? So it sounds like we're planning our project, doing the business case, which feeds into a project charter, and the project charter helps us kick off a project. But before all of that, if we're doing all of that, we need to do benchmarking to see what it is we can actually do. What's the change we need to make? And benchmarking is when we compare our process to a similar process in another organization and to see if there's any improvements that we can make there. Let's see what we've got. Find which competitor products have been benchmarked for future production. No, that's a trick of the language, so that's not what we're after. Compare the specifications of popular branded fuel-efficient cars available in the market with your products. I think that's exactly what we're talking about here. Exactly what we said for benchmarking. That's probably going to be our one. Let's see what else we've got. Create a project charter to use as a benchmark for your future project management plan. Oh, they're trying to trick us with this language. So we're not creating a benchmark. That's not what benchmarking is, but very tricky. I like it. Benchmark your current scope, cost, and schedule to use as values for project performance. And actually, I think that, oh no, that's baseline. That's baselining. Oh, very tricky, these questions. They're trying to get us, but I don't think they have gotten us, because I think we're going to go with answer B. Let's see what we've got. And there it is, exactly like we were saying. Benchmarking involves comparing actual or planned products, processes, and practices to those of comparable organizations to identify the best practices, generate ideas for improvement, and provide a basis for measuring performance. The organizations compared during benchmarking can be internal or external. So as long as we're getting ideas from their process, we're benchmarking ourselves against others. And there we are, page 143, benchmarking in the PMBOK guide, if you want to check that out for yourself. PMBOK 6th edition, by the way, which is a really much more waterfall centric and still very applicable to your project management career. All right, that was a bunch of fun for our first question. Let's see what we've got next. When reviewing the, oh goodness, this looks tricky. Should we have clicked next? I'm not sure, maybe not. When reviewing the project performance with your team, you notice the following. Oh gosh, okay. Activity A is delayed by 5 days, activity B. Okay, and we've got some on the critical path here and some not on the critical path. So activity A is on the critical path, delayed by 5 days, not on the critical path. C is on the critical path. So I think obviously critical path is the most important path. It's the path that can't change or move. That's the one that we don't have any wriggle room on. So very important to know. Activity D is not on the critical path. Where will you ask the team to focus their efforts on? And then in which order, gosh, to bring the project back on track? Wow, okay, this is tricky. So first of all, let's focus on the critical path. And also, let's focus on the ones that are the most delayed. So I think that makes sense, right? So critical path, most delayed, and then in the order of the most delayed to least delayed, because we really want to bring those big ones back on track. We've got much more, we can get more wins with those ones, I think. So that will give us D, I think, and then A is on the critical path, but a little bit less, so that'll be number 2. And then B is not on the critical path, but it's very delayed, so let's go with that one. And then C is, oh no, that's not right. I misread it, gosh, okay. Obviously, I need to learn to read first. So on the critical path, okay, on the critical path is A, then C, a little bit less, then B, and then, so I think A, C, B, D. A, C, B, D. It's probably going to be this one. Gosh, I hope I haven't messed it up too badly. Let's see if it's answer C. Okay, fingers crossed, we got it. Fantastic. Tasks on the critical path should be addressed first, as they are critical to the project schedule. After that, items that are delayed by the most should be addressed as soon as possible. This makes C the most reasonable choice, and also the most reasonable choice is to review page 210 in the PMBOK guide if you want to check that out for yourself. Critical path method, you can go straight there, and that's a really wonderful thing. All right, that's pretty good. I think we did well there. That was, well, a little bit tricky. Maybe they'll get easier from here. We can only hope. As your project begins, it becomes clear that most of the business analysts, developers, and testers are not familiar with the system that they'll be modifying. The project sponsor asks you to address this as a potential future quality issue and asks you to add a series of training sessions for the team with associated cost. Ooh, cost and quality. Okay, what will you do next? Okay, and having a quick look at these, what have we got here? Appraisal costs, preventative costs, internal failure, and sunk costs. These look like the different types of cost, but the cost of quality. Cost of quality, we call it. And so there's different types of cost of quality, but we're looking at training and something for the future to avoid a quality issue. So how do we do that? Okay, appraisal costs, that's when we're quality checking, so probably not that one. Preventative, that could be it, because we're preventing it from happening in the future, and we're doing that by training. I think that could be our one. Internal failure is when we catch a quality issue through testing, but it hasn't been released to the customer yet. It's internal failure, not external failure. So, but not for us just yet. And sunk costs is when we are looking at all of the money that we've spent so far, but we need to make a decision now. And so we don't look at all of this money that we've already spent. We still need to make those are the sunk costs. They've already been sunk, in other words. And we need to make the decision on its own merits without the money without taking into consideration those sunk costs. It's like a ship sinking at sea. Those costs are gone. That treasure ship has disappeared. But what has not disappeared is the answer that I think we're going to go for, and that's answer B. All right, excellent. That was really good. This is the cost of quality, and this is really good to know. Appraisal cost is the cost of auditing or checking the work. Like we said, internal failure costs are caught before release. Sunk cost is the money already spent, and preventative cost is the best answer here, as through training we're preventing future quality issues. Page 282 under the cost of quality in the PMBOK guide. Check that out for yourself. Really good to read that through. All right, that was really good. How did you go? I think we're getting better at these, so that's a good sign. You have finished project planning. All baselined documents have been approved, and the project team is ready to begin project execution or delivery. Your team have planned and estimated the activity resources required. Okay, we've planned and estimated the resources. What are we going to do next? So are we in resource management here? I think we could be. Define with the team how to estimate, acquire, manage, and use team and physical resources. So I think that comes while we're planning. So we're planning the resources here. We've just finished planning though. So what else do we do? Estimate the team resources and the type of quantities of materials, equipment, and supplies necessary to perform the project work. I think that's part of planning as well, so probably not that either. Obtain the team members. Oh, that's a bit more promising. We've already planned it, now we need to do it. So we do it by obtaining those team members, the facilities, the equipment, the materials, supplies, and other resources. I think that could be our one. Let's see what else we have. Monitor the planned versus actual utilization of resources and taking corrective action if it goes off course. And now that happens after we do it. So I think what we're doing here is obtaining those resources. Let's go with answer C. And there it is. After planning and estimating resources comes acquiring those resources during project execution. Acquiring resources is described as obtaining team members, facilities, equipment, materials, supplies, and other resources necessary to complete the project work. Page 25 to see the process mapping groups, which I love. Probably the best page in the PMBOK guide. Page 25, remember that one, it is good. PMBOK 6th edition, remember that. And acquiring the resources on page 328 if you want to check that one out directly. All right, how did you guys go with that one? I thought that was very, very good. Now we're almost halfway through this little section. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Let's keep going. You've been working on a large waterfall project for some time, and one of the business analysts working with you has shown interest in taking on higher duties and moving into a project management role. What advice will you give them? Okay, so we want someone, well, how do we get someone into, what do the people need to be a project manager? What information and skills? Okay, could be a lot of things actually. To work on their soft skills, yeah, for communication, conflict management and negotiation, absolutely, really important for a project manager. can be some very difficult situations as we're bringing lots of different stakeholders together to create change, and change is often scary and intimidating and threatening for some people, when change is going on. Very difficult. So yeah, I like that one. To ensure that they can create a project charter and a project management plan. I mean, yes, we do need that as well. But you could probably teach that or give a template for that as well. So maybe not as much. Work on their knowledge for skills in project management. Well, I guess that would help. Leadership and strategic and business management. Wow, absolutely, I love that one. And hang on, this rings a bell. Hang on a minute, I see where this is going. There's a triangle in the PMBOK guide, I remember this, and it's like, so leadership, is one, project management is one, and business skills and strategy and stuff like that. So strategy and business is another one, and all of that combines to become a really good project manager. I think that's what we're getting at here. I think that's probably going to be our one. Work on contract and procurement. We can get rid of that because that's just one tiny part of project management. I think it's going to be answer C. I really like that one. Let's see. There it is. The project manager talent triangle, includes technical project management skills, leadership and strategic business leadership and strategic and business management. And you know what? If you do actually genuinely have those three things, this thing is true. Like I've seen this in the real world. You need someone with the business acumen to tell if an idea is going to be right or wrong, or if it's going to work. All of these things like make or buy analysis, what are we delivering? What's the value? How do we measure that value? So important. And you need to lead people through these changes, plus the technical project management skills like scope, quality, cost, schedule, all of those things we need to manage as well. You know what? It's a tricky thing, and learning about it in this way in the process is so powerful because you'll have that. Anyway, I'm waffling on, but I'm telling you, you're doing the right thing by learning this, and all of that to say. And if you want to check this out, as always, page 56 under Project Manager Competencies in the PMBOK guide, a little bedtime reading. Who wouldn't like a little bedtime reading like that? Okay, we're halfway through this little section, doing great. You're working as a project manager in an organization with a new project management office. They advise all project managers to fulfill their numerous roles within their sphere of influence. Oh, okay. So sphere of influence, you'll see this in the PMBOK guide. We've got ourselves, we've got the team, we've got the organization, we've got the industry, stuff like that. I don't know if that's exactly right, but it's similar to that. Oh yeah, look at that, it tells us. Project, industry, professional discipline, good. What's your responsibility when it comes to the organization as a project manager, as our sphere of influence? Okay, let's see. Proactively, I like that word already, interact with other project managers for demands on the same resources. Oh, yes. Funding, yes. Alignment of project goals to the organization, yes, absolutely. And it sort of ties in with that triangle that we were talking about, are our project goals, the business acumen, is this matching the strategy for the company? It's probably good if we know that that's happening. You know what, that's actually a really good answer. So we do need to work with others and make sure that all those things are aligned. Let's see what else we have just in case. Communicate within your project, that would be your project sphere. Ensure an understanding of changing market niches and standards, that's your industry. And educate other professionals in the organization regarding the value of project management. Oh, that could be good. Educate other professionals. I think that is within the discipline or something like that. So within project management itself, bit tricky. I like that one, but I love answer A because we really need to work with others within our organization to help make it work. Teamwork makes the dream work. You know how it goes. Let's go with answer A. And there it is. Okay, good, excellent. Pretty close, but still that one took the cake. This is talking about the project manager's sphere of influence. Being proactive with other project managers for resources and funding is influencing within the organization. Communicating within your project is the project sphere. Understanding of market niches is the industry. And educating other professionals is across disciplines, of course, because no matter what discipline you're in, you could be in manufacturing, software, you could be building a park, you could be building an app. It doesn't matter what it is. You could be, helping school children, building a school. You could be doing lots of things, building an education program. All of those different disciplines still need project management when they're making change. So we're across disciplines. Page 52, the project manager's sphere of influence. Amazing, amazing stuff. All right, let's get on to the next question. You have just joined an organization and you're about to be allocated to an existing project, delivering a new human resources system. You've heard that the project is behind its delivery milestones and it's over budget by $40,000 so far. There are multiple stakeholders with differing needs. What will you do next? Wow, sounds very tricky. So there's a lot to digest here, and we've only just joined the organization actually, and we haven't even been allocated to the project yet. So where can this even possibly go? We need to start right at the very base, fundamental knowledge I think we need here. Create a project management plan? Yeah, maybe. Outlining the processes for each phase, but we haven't been allocated to the project yet. So, that's tricky. Let's not do that for now. Perform a stakeholder engagement assessment to see who's sabotaging the project. Again, we haven't even been allocated to the project yet, so I think let's not do that for now. Start by understanding how the organization works. Okay, so we're starting way back at the beginning. How does this organization actually do business, including its politics and power? Do we need to do formal requests? Do all the requests need to go through this particular manager? Who has the money? Who has the power? Are decisions made at the water cooler? Do I need to be part of some particular group? How does the work actually get done in the real world? That is what we need to know. Meet with the project sponsor to understand why the project is off track. That's tempting, but the project sponsor isn't going to know. It's not their job to manage the project. It's their job to have the value delivered to them. We're the job to manage the project as a project manager. So for us, at this early stage, let's go with answer C. And there it is. Being new to the organization and new to the project, the best thing you can do is to understand the internal enterprise environmental factors. Now that's the thing, EEFs, enterprise environmental factors. What is the environment that we're delivering in? Because every organization is different, every project is different, every group of stakeholders will be slightly different. This is the environment that we're delivering in. Stakeholders are not your first concern. We need to know how to get things done. An existing project will already have a project plan, so that's good to know. Page 62, politics, power, and getting things done. Amazing work. You know what else we're getting done? Is this little set of questions. There's only 3 to go in this little section, so you're doing great. You're really, really getting through them. Let's keep going. You're working in an organization where a large change is happening to multiple departments. Excellent. You have been asked to manage this change as a project and allocate people within your project team with sufficient leadership skills. Okay, what will you not look for in potential candidates? Okay, so we just have to nominate people with leadership skills, and what takes leadership? Okay, let's see what we've got here. So the PMBOK guide does have some good guidance on leadership. I can't remember what it is, but I'll know it when I see it. But it's what we're not doing. Okay, people who build trust, balance opposing goals, and apply persuasion and conflict resolution. Wow, all of those things, very tough to master. Pretty easy to understand, but so important, so important. And you could dive into each of those individually for months and months and months and months very easily. People who give feedback constructively and accept feedback constructively. Absolutely. We need to give and take on a project and as leaders. People who can describe the products, goals, and objectives of the project. We need to tell people the vision. What are we delivering? How can we get people on this train so that we can deliver these things? That's the role of a leader as well. Absolutely. Now, does that just leave, I hope answer D isn't right as well. Let's see. People who ensure the work is done their way to ensure the fastest approach. This might work in some situations, but it's not the best case for a really good leader. So let's say that's the one that we don't want to do, answer D. And there it is. The qualities and skills of a leader include integrity. Wow, absolutely. Being a visionary. Yes. Being collaborative and using our influence appropriately, not using it for evil. So, that's a good thing. Otherwise, we'll be an evil project manager, and we don't want that. No, they do not include dictatorships. That's right, we don't want to be a dictator, or just doing things their own way without taking all of the information on board from the team. That feedback from the team is so important. All right, page 61, qualities and skills of a leader. If you want to check that out for yourself, that'll be really good to go through, good for your exam. 2 questions to go, you're doing great. You've started as a junior project manager on an internal process improvement project within your team, within your existing team. So we're a part of this team already. Your project manager asks you to be aware of and use the various forms of power available to you. What is the best type of power available to you in this situation? Okay, so we're junior. We don't have a lot of power. We don't have positional power, but we do know about the process within our own team. So our situation, we can't really use situational power because we're not in a situation where we have power. So that would help. Positional power, we don't have a position. We're not an executive. Coercive power, we don't really have anything to give or take. We can't give a bonus, or we can't, do anything for others in order to get them to do it. But we do have the information about our own existing team because we work there. So I think for us, informational power is going to be the one. And there it is. These are the different types of power. As a junior project manager, you have limited ability to discipline others or provide rewards. The change is in your existing team. The best action here is informational power, as you will have existing expert judgment from within your own team. Excellent. Page 63, politics, power, and getting things done as well. So that's really, really good to know. Very, very handy stuff. Last question, guys. You've done an amazing job. Let's keep going. We're nearly there. You're working on a new waterfall project where the scope and cost have been planned up front. As the project progresses, you notice several tasks going off track and falling behind. Luckily, these tasks are not on the critical path. Okay, so we've got a little bit of wriggle room. So we can use that potentially. And they have several days of float. That's what we're looking at here, float, available. You can adjust their dates without affecting the overall project. What technique are we going to use to keep the project on track? Wow, okay. Way to end on a tricky one. What have we got? So we've got float to use. Do we have any money to use? But we can just shift the project. We can just move them actually. So it doesn't really mention money, so that's okay. Okay, different types. Schedule crashing, that's throwing money at it. So throwing money, throwing resources to bring it back on track. It doesn't really mention that, so maybe not for now. Schedule fast tracking is when we've got stuff in sequence, and now instead we do it in parallel, and that way we're bringing it back on track. So we're fast tracking it. It doesn't really mention that either, so maybe not that one. Okay, resource smoothing and resource leveling, tricky. Okay, let's think. Leveling, resource leveling, we're leveling out the work. Okay, so this is where we've got a few different things, and this is done by Billy, and this task is done by Billy, and this task is done by Michael. Now, Billy can't do these tasks at the same time because he's only one person. So we need to level out these tasks. So now they go, instead of these three, we go this one, and this one instead. Or maybe this one, and this one at the same time. So yeah, so that's leveling out. We're leveling out the schedule. I don't think that's appropriate here because that actually could make it a bit longer in some cases. So resource smoothing is when we're smoothing out the schedule and using any existing float. So I think that's probably the most appropriate. We're just basically using any existing wriggle room that we already have. We don't need to throw resources at it or anything else. So I think let's go with answer A. Thank goodness that was tricky. Resource smoothing is when we use available float to adjust the task without affecting the overall schedule. Leveling is moving tasks further out in sequence instead of parallel. Fast tracking is doing them at the same time instead of in sequence, so to reduce the time. And schedule crashing is adding cost and resources to try and reduce that schedule time as well. Page 211 under resource optimization in the PMBOK guide. And you guys made it. You made it to this little section. You've done an amazing job. And again, I have to say, what you're doing is so important. Project management is so important for making changes, and there's so much change going on in the world that you really will need these skills, and the people who have these skills are the ones who are going to get ahead. You're doing the right thing. Keep going. About a third of your project team have worked on a similar project in the past. They have gathered the requirements and created a high-level scope. It's time to estimate the size and effort involved. However, the customer believes things are taking too long and would like to see some progress as soon as possible. What will we do next? All right, let's have a look at our options. And so I think what we're looking at here, we're looking at requirements. What do we do after requirements, after we've gathered those requirements and put the scope together? So I think, what do we do next? But also, how do we make that in as short a time as possible? So whatever that is. Let's have a look. So do we ask the customer to wait so we can plan the project properly? I think there's probably better ways to do this. So ideally we're serving our customer, if that's the project sponsor or the business or the actual customer themselves. Ideally we are working with them, not just sort of telling them to wait. There's probably a better answer here, I think. Estimate the scope using parametric estimating. Parametric estimating is when we're using a parameter. So, dollars per meter, for example, or, dollars per hour, for example. So that's our parameter. And if we've got $100 per hour and we've got 100 hours, then we know we've got, X amount of dollars that we need to support here. And my maths is not that good, so I can't figure that out off the top of my head, but you get the idea, I hope. And in the exam, you will have a small calculator, so that will help as well for stuff like that, if you really need it. Break the high-level scope into smaller parts using a work breakdown structure. That's one of the things that we potentially will do. However, I think what we're looking to do is speed this up as much as possible as well. And it sounds like we've already we have created that high-level scope. We do want to break that down, but ultimately estimating the scope using analogous estimating. So it's time to estimate the size and the effort involved. If we're doing that, I think we're not going to look at this one for now. That gives us a clue there. And analogous estimating is when we're using an analogy. So it's something similar to something else. In other words, it's similar to another project. And these guys have already worked on a similar project in the past. So all of that put together, we're going to use, I think, let's go with enter D. And there it is. Analogous estimating uses information regarding resources from a previous similar project as the basis for estimating a future project. It's used as a quick estimating method and can be used when the project manager only has to identify a few top levels or can only identify a few top levels of the work breakdown structure. So it's really high level, but it's also fast. And there it is, page 324 under analogous estimating in the PMBOK guide, 6th edition, which is a great guide on the waterfall processes with a little bit of agile thrown in there as well. All right, how did you go? That was a good one to kick us off, I think. What's the next question? You have been asked to monitor the changes to a product before completing your next project phase. You review the control chart. The data is within the upper and lower limits. Okay, control chart, got the average here, upper limits, lower limits, and we've got the actual data itself. You have an upward trend of 4 data points and 6 points above the average line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, okay, but it sounds like they're not above the control line, so we're safe there. 6 points above the average line. Okay, it sounds like what we're looking at here is a control chart and when it's in control or out of control. And let's see what options we have, just in case that gives us a clue. But by the looks of it, if we've got 4 in an upward trend, I think we need 5 for it to be out of control, and 6 above the line in any one thing. I think we need 7 for that to be out of control. So potentially we're okay here. Let's have a look. Proceed with the next phase as the process is within control. Okay, that could work. I think that could work for what we're after here. Let's see what else just in case. Delay the next phase and rework the current release as the process is out of control. I think not out of control yet, so I think we're safe. Ask the project sponsor to validate the released deliverable. I don't think it's really asking us about that. That's a bit of a red herring answer, I think, that one. So trying to throw us off, we don't need to look at that. Proceed with quality testing to verify the created deliverables. Again, very similar. This is asking us about control charts in control or out of control. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer A. And there it is. The rules for control charts indicate a process is out of control if 7 or more points are above the center line, 5 or more points are in one direction, just like the band, that is a trend. Any point outside the control limits, so any outside or below here. The process, as long as it's within all of those, the process is within those guidelines. We're happy days. Page 404, and this is actually from the Green Belt Handbook, which is a great book on quality control. So statistical quality control, they call it, or process control, SPC. But this is control chart interpretation. Very handy to know if you're working in projects as well. All right, that was a little bit trickier. All right, let's see what we've got next. You're working in the process of planning and resources, planning the resources required for your project. Work on your project has not started as your team are not sure what they should be doing. Okay, you decide to create the resource management plan with your team. What output do you specifically need from this plan? So people don't know what they need to do, and we need to create the resource management plan. But what do we need out of that plan? Okay, stakeholder register. That seems pretty reasonable. Let's put a maybe for that one. Project charter. We should have that already if we're planning our project. We initiate a project with the project charter, and then when we're planning, we use the project management plan and all of the subsidiary plans within that. So not that one. Requirement traceability matrix. I think we can trace requirements to their source and to the scope that we're delivering, but that doesn't relate necessarily to the resources. So let's put that as a no for now. Roles and responsibilities with, oh, this looks promising. Their responsibilities, so they know what they're doing. That would help us. The authority needed and the competence needed. Okay, I think that probably sounds the best of all. What do you guys think? You probably got there ahead of me, actually. If you had read ahead, I reckon we're going to go with answer D. And there it is. Excellent. The specific output as part of planning resource management is roles and responsibilities with their role details, authority and competence. Stakeholder register captures people involved with the project, but not necessarily project team members and their roles. Okay, so it sort of gets halfway there, but not really. So that's good to know. Page 318 under Resource Management Plan Outputs in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. Again, that great little waterfall guide. And all right, we're doing great. We're really getting through these questions. Let's see what the next one holds for us. A quality assurance manager has been hired externally to test the project and manage defects. She executed the process in the quality management plan. Great. So that's the process. That's exactly what she should be doing. That's fantastic. With her testing team, where they found a high number of low impact defects. High number, low impact. Okay, I wonder what it's going to ask us here. You need to see where the biggest impacts actually are. What will you do next? How do we look at where... Okay, all right. Oh, this actually seems pretty straightforward, so this is pretty good. What are our options? A flow chart, that's where we look at a process and the steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what are the steps in a process? That's a flow chart. Matrix diagram is like, what you use in Excel typically, and you've got things over here. And do they match up with things over here? Maybe here and here. So I don't think that's it either. Affinity diagram is when we're grouping things with an affinity to each other. So similar items here, all the similar items here, all the similar items here. That's your affinity diagram. But last but not least is our histogram, where we've got all the defects for this area, all the defects for this area, all the defects for this area. How many have we got? We can see clearly that the most common defect, even if it is a low impact, we still have a high volume of this particular one. That is our histogram, just like a bar chart basically. Very simple, but for us, let's go with answer A. All right, excellent. This scenario asks for a data representation of the most common item, most common, meaning a histogram will be best. This is like a bar chart, counting the number of each item. In this case, the item is defects. Page 293 in the PMBOK guide under histograms. You're doing pretty well. All right, let's get to this. The project you're working on has recently started and the team has come together from many different parts of the organization, each with their own agenda. And you know what, you'll see this happen in the real world as well. So you'll have lots of different people coming together because projects bring different people together. Each of them have their own ideas, each of them have their own ways of working. That's why projects are so difficult and you need a real methodology to work with it and deal with it. So there are lots of small conflicts in the team and there's little work getting done. The program manager asks you to use your positional power to resolve these conflicts as the team starts to find its rhythm. What will you do? How do we use positional power? This is when we're in a position of authority. So, you know, we can say things and force people to do things in a way. We're using forcing power basically. So we're not trying to smooth things over. And look, all these answers actually relate to that. So do we withdraw from the conflict? No, we are trying to actually, really we're basically dictating. It's a dictatorship at this point, but we're doing it to try and make it happen quickly. So it's for a good reason. And that's the reason when you would use that type of power as well. It's good to know. Force a decision for the conflicts, potentially that one, pretty good. Smooth and accommodate all sides in the conflicts, probably not for us at this point. And again, as the team matures, maybe we can do that. But at this point, we need to get things done quickly, need to force it. Problem solve conflicts with the team. That's the second best answer. Problem solving is really good. In this case, we may not have time to go through that. We just need a quick answer again. So for our purposes, let's go with answer B. There it is. Using positional power is forcing your viewpoint at the expense of others and mostly offers win-lose, so scenarios or solutions. So we win in this case, whatever winning means, and the other party loses something or doesn't get their way, for example. This approach mostly works to resolve conflicts in a quick time frame, and it sacrifices other things like team engagement, or getting other information from other team members that might actually be important to the viewpoint as well. Something to consider there. Page 349, conflict management in the PMBOK guide. Another reason why the PMBOK guide is such a wonderful tool, because it has a lot of this stuff like conflict management, communication styles and techniques, all of these soft skills that are really, really important in the real world, whether you're managing a team or managing a project. Really, really great stuff. All right, you know what else is really great stuff? You are halfway through this little section of questions. Doing great, guys. Let's keep going. During your project, your company was taken over by another larger company and the project management office and its policies were changed. The project customer has already formally accepted the deliverables. Okay, that's good. So everything is happening, things are changing, all the office policies are changing. However, everything's already been accepted as well. So that's good news for us. The project has completed delivery, also good, and it's ready to be closed. That's fantastic. Do we need to do anything? Well, let's see. So if it's ready to be closed, what do we do when our project is ready to be closed? Maybe that's our clue. What will you do next? Okay, do we refer to the charter, the project charter for the closing procedures? Usually that's not in the project charter. That's what we use to initiate our project, if you remember. So very good information to have. We kick off our project with the project charter. Refer to the scope management plan for the deliverables acceptance. So what's the process for accepting the deliverables? But the deliverables have already been accepted. Tricky. So this is potentially relevant, but not for us in this scenario because it's already happened. Okay, next one. Gather the details of the accepted deliverables. Okay, they've been accepted. Any agreements and procurement documentation. Okay, in order to close the project. I think that has potential. Let's see what the last one is. The project cannot be closed as the project outcomes need to be measured and accepted. Not true, you can measure the outcomes of the project and the product after the project happens. So, did we deliver the value that we wanted to? Sometimes you have to deliver the project before you can measure it. Well, that makes sense. So, and it's already been accepted again. So all of those things, I think we've eliminated the other ones. Let's go with answer C for this. Great stuff. Inputs into the closed project or phase include the accepted deliverables, agreements or project closure, and procurement documentation if we've got any vendors or third parties. So this is in the PMBOK guide, page 126, PMBOK guide 6th edition. Fantastic stuff. Well done, guys. I think that was a bit easier. We used the process of elimination there, so that wasn't too bad after all. All right, let's see what the next one we have. One of your stakeholders with a very high influence within the company has raised an urgent change and that they want to be implemented within the next 2 weeks. Okay, you check the change management plan and see that changes can be approved, right, by the project manager. Oh, that's fantastic. That's really good news. Could make things go pretty quickly. You raise a change request and then review the impact. Excellent. So this is the process for change requests, which is really good. But potentially we'd review that impact and then raise the change request, roughly around the same time, to the project schedule and the cost, because we do need to know what that impact is going to be. What are we going to do next? So we would usually take it to the change control board or whoever approves those, but in this case, that's us. So that's very, very handy. If only all projects were, that's a really good, makes things very, very easy. All right. Review the configuration management plan to see which documents are baselined. I think we've passed that. That is correct for a configuration management plan to see which documents are baselined, but we've already passed that stage. So I think no for now. Review the schedule earned value reports for your project. That's reviewing the impact. So we've already done that as well. Decide on the changes, approve the changes, and track the changes. That sounds promising because we have the power here. So we can actually do all those things as the project manager. So we can approve them, we can track them, and then typically we would communicate those back out to the people who made the changes. So I think maybe that one. Review the requirement traceability matrix for the requirement acceptance and sign off. I think we're not at that stage either. We're talking about changes. So changes, here we go. Make the world go round. Let's go with answer C. Excellent work. Earned value reports on cost or schedule variance are an input to the change control process. So we did go through that. We looked at those variances. You've already asked for these. As the project manager can approve change requests on this project, the steps are to decide, approve and track those changes once the impact has been determined. And here we're looking at page 119 under Change Control Tools in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. And you know what? These page numbers are super helpful as well because there's something like 700 pages in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. So, we could go through that page by page ourselves, but it would take quite a bit of time. This way, we're saved a little bit of time, which is a nice thing. So anyway, and you know what else is a nice thing? The last 3 questions in this little section. You're doing great. Let's keep going. You're in the process of measuring the outcome of one of your deliverables on the business. Okay, this is what we were talking about before. We've delivered something to the business. Now we can measure what's happened. Has it had the impact that we wanted it to have? The data shows that there seems to be an improvement, but the range of results is very wide. Okay, this is going to give us a clue here. The range of results. You're able to get very clear results. I can see where this is going already. Based on these results, what will you do next? And if we look at our answers, we've got precision and accuracy. So what's the difference between these two things? I've just got to think about this. Accuracy is like the range. So if we have a wide range of items, then that is low accuracy because it could be here, could be here, could be here. If we have a short range, then that's quite accurate, isn't it? So it's only going to be between this little section here. So it's like a target. There you go. Bullseye, potentially. But the process, so if it has precision, then So that's the clarity of results. Are the results precise? So can we clearly see what those results are? Is it like down to the second, or is it down to the day? Or is it like, it's going to be sometime next month, for example? Then that's going to be less precise. So we have low accuracy because we have a wide range, and we have high precision. So let's look at this. High precision, high precision. These two here, that's what we want. Not these two, so that's good. Low accuracy, both of those are low accuracy. Okay, this is a bit tricky. What are we going to do when we have low accuracy but high precision? Okay, the deliverable process should be improved. I think that actually could be it, yeah, because our equipment is already precise, it's precise enough, but we've got this high, the results are happening all over the place. We need to improve that process and hone in those actual results. So I think actually that could be the one. Let's go with answer B. Fantastic. Okay, that was actually a little bit trickier. This question asks the difference between accuracy and precision. Let's see what tips they give us here. Low accuracy has a large range. That's what we said. High accuracy has a small range of outputs. Fantastic. Precision is how precise the outcome is. 2 days is more precise than sometime this week. So that's good to know. And we've got page 54 in the PMBOK guide, 7th edition there. So we're bumping up to the next PMBOK guide, which is also handy, under 2.4, under estimating in the PMBOK guide, 7th edition. Well done, guys. That was a little bit trickier, but also very, very good to know. All right, last two questions. In the last few months, your project team have had a large amount of conflict, finding their role and place within the team. They're starting to work together and adjust their work habits and behaviors to support the team. Okay, this sounds promising, very nice. As a leader, what will you do next? Okay, so we've had some conflict. We're starting to support each other now, and look at these answers. This is storming, norming, what is storming, norming, performing, adjourning, forming, storming, norming, performing. They all rhyme, and it's quite nice. Anyway, it's Tuckman's model for the 5 stages of a team. If I could remember all of them, but yeah, I'm sure there's other rhyming words with performing and storming. I don't know. Let's see what options we have here, because we went through the storming stage, so the team are not in that. So now they're starting to support each other. They're probably in the norming stage. Are they performing yet? Not really. They need to work through norming. Have they formed? They've already formed as well, so that's fine. So I think for our purposes, we need to work with them to become performing. Let's go with answer C. There it is. These are the Tuckman stages of team development. A team that has moved through conflict, which is storming, and is starting to work together is in the norming stage. Help them use this and move into performing so they can truly deliver great outcomes. Page 338, the Tuckman ladder in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Well done, guys. And well done also, because you're up to the last question in this section. You've done an amazing job. Keep going. You're doing great. You're doing a fantastic job. But hopefully this question isn't too hard. Let's see what we've got. All right. Well, it's long at least. Gosh, they save the best for last, as always. You have used a project charter and statement to create the project management plan. Fantastic. You present the plan to key stakeholders. Good. Including the project sponsor. Fantastic. And you sense a high level of dissatisfaction by the customer executives. Okay. They don't believe that the project will produce the results that they had expected. What should you do next? Okay, so how do we help them come on board for this? Request a written statement from the customer detailing their concerns? Maybe. That could work. Then it's in writing, I suppose, as well. We might be tempted to do this. I wonder if there's a better way, though. Can we actually get together and talk about it? Maybe that would also help get through this conflict. Maybe. Let's see what we got. Proceed as normal. Your project plan will produce a convincing product for the customer. But then there's always going to be those questions, isn't it? So it's going to be quite hard to proceed if everyone isn't on board or the majority of people aren't on board. So I think we need to work with them first. Arrange a change request, replan your project where necessary, and go ahead with the project work. Well, we need to find out what the changes are or what the dissatisfaction is actually about. Maybe if we have a conversation about it, we find out that it isn't that bad after all. So I think no for that one yet. We still need to figure it out. Work together, that sounds promising, with your customer to create a narrative scope statement outlining the deliverables. Okay, that actually sounds much more promising. We can work with them directly and we can create a scope statement that they are actually happy with. And potentially, then we can prioritize that and actually, work our project manager magic, and figure out which ones we can deliver, which ones we can't, which ones might, blow out our schedule, which ones might blow out our cost. Work with those priorities and put that together in our beautiful project management plan. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer D. Fantastic. All right, a collaborative and direct approach, and that's the real key. Collaborative and direct. Always, always those two things in your career and in the PMP exam. Combined with the proper outputs of defining scope, such as the scope statement, including description, deliverables, and acceptance criteria. That's going to help us overall. Page 154 under project scope statement. And that is a wonderful way to finish this little section of questions. You have done an amazing job. And also, I have to say, what you're doing is so, so, so important. You are truly doing the right thing. By learning about project management, projects are everywhere. Change is everywhere. And is change going to get more or is change going to get less? It's going to get more, of course. The pace of change around the world is happening faster and faster. So the skills that you're learning are so important. I cannot stress to you enough. Keep going. You're doing an amazing job, and I truly, truly believe in you. You have planned, executed, and monitored a project to completion. The customer has just received the finished product and would like to close the project. Okay, very nice. The customer advises you that they're not happy with the received product. Oh, that's not, okay, that's a little bit less than good for us. And that your team didn't listen when they raised quality concerns, and that they are raising a claim against your company. What will you do next? Okay. Unhappy customer, but most specifically, they are raising a claim. So, that's what happens when vendors are working with customers. That's the process they can go through if they believe that it's not what they wanted delivered. So they can raise a claim against that project. So what do we need to do here? Raise a change request for their proposed changes and update the project plan. Well, the project's pretty much finished. So the claims, I think there's something better on the claims process potentially. Let's leave that as a maybe for now. Call their bluff, take the claim to a dispute, and then appeal if necessary. Again, that's one option we do have. We could do that, but potentially there might be better options here. Let's leave that as a maybe for now as well. Review the claims process. Okay, that sounds a bit more promising. In the contract, and negotiate with them to settle the claim. Now that sounds a lot more promising. So we need to know what the process is for the claims process, and then we need to use our negotiating power and influencing power as project managers, and our communicating power and conflict management power, all of these beautiful things that you learn in the PMBOK guide and throughout your project management career. Those things we need to put them into practice. I think this one sounds quite good. Let's see what the last one is just in case. Review the earned value management report, earned value report for any impact to the schedule and cost of your project. Again, might be a little bit too late for that as we're almost complete with our project. Let's go with answer C. And there, that one is fantastic. The claims handling process is outlined in the procurement contract, and the preferred way to handle claims is to settle the claims through negotiation. So, we might need to give up a little, they might need to give up a little, we need to negotiate and find the best way forward. Page 498 under Claims Administration in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition from 2017, a wonderful guide on the waterfall ways of working, again with a little bit of agile thrown in there for good measure. How did you guys go with that one? That was a good one to start. I thought that was fantastic. Hopefully they're all like this, but we'll soon find out. You're in the process of creating a project charter for your organization. Okay, project charter. To try and gain resources for an automated process improvement. Great. The project sponsor is also the functional manager in charge of the resources for that area. That usually will happen. You'll see that a lot. And she rejects your project charter. Okay. Noting that you have outlined everything you want from her team, but nothing about what her area will get in return. Okay, this is that give and take, maybe a little negotiation here as well. I wonder what our answers are going to look like. What are we going to do next? What will we do about this? So rework the project charter to include the benefits management plan and success measures. Oh, that actually sounds fantastic. So maybe that's the one. Benefits management. What are the benefits that they're getting? She needs to know. What are the success measures? How do we know if it's been successful? She needs to know that as well, I think. I think those two are actually pretty good. So those go into the project charter. This could work. Let's see what else we have just in case we've missed something. Escalate the project charter to the project sponsor's manager, as this project is important. I think we'd only do that as a last resort, and maybe even then that option may not be available to us. So, you might have this scenario in the real world, but for our scenario here, not quite just yet. We'd go through many other steps before this one. Ask the project sponsor to work agile and start delivering a minimum viable product. That is something we could do, deliver something, but again, our project sponsor wants to know what she's getting. We don't have to deliver something to be able to tell her the benefits that they're getting. Begin work on the requirements management plan, as this will show the sponsor how their requirements will be added and tracked. So the requirements through to scope, through to project delivery and completion. That's a pretty good one, but again, for benefits and success measures, I think that's probably better at this stage, in the early stage of the project charter. Requirements management plan, we might work on that when we're planning our project, once the project has been initiated through a project charter. So we need to do that first. All right, let's go with answer A. And there it is. We had to talk that one through a little bit. That was pretty good. So the project charter will ideally have the project benefits management plan. There it is, that's what we're looking for, including the target benefits, strategic alignment, and time frame for realizing them. This may include success measures such as return on investment, ROI, or the payback period. So how long does it take if we've spent this amount of dollars, how long does it take to realize that value and earn our money back from the project? PMBOK Guide, page 343 and 344, under Project Success Measures, if you want to check that out for yourself. That was really, really fantastic. All right, this is a good bunch of questions, this one. Let's see what else we've got. You're working on a complex, high-value project to replace the telecommunications system across your organization. That sounds massive. Have definitely been through something like this before myself, and these things can get huge and very complex as well. You've created a request for quote for vendors to respond to, including source selection criteria, okay, request for quote, great, and a statement of work. And you've already selected a seller, okay, fantastic, based on multiple vendor responses. So we've selected a seller. Do they just need to go ahead? Let's see what we've got. What will you do next? So we've created a request for quote, and then we've selected a seller. Maybe we need an agreement or a contract at this point. Let's see. Record the new vendor in your stakeholder register. Okay, I mean, that's a potentially, we might need to do that actually. And begin engaging them to deliver the project. I don't think we can do that part yet. So let's put that as a low maybe for now. Draft an appropriate contract, such as fixed price incentive fee, to proceed with the implementation. That sounds pretty promising to me. Okay, let's put that as a high maybe for that. Place the approved request for quote in your procurement management plan and proceed with the delivery of the project. Again, I think we could do the first part of this, but the second part we can't proceed yet. I feel like we need to do something else, potentially with a contract here. So I think, yeah, let's put that as a no for now. Approach organizational senior management for approval to award the contract. Gosh, okay. So is that like escalating this scenario to senior management for approval to award the contract? Let's see, does it give us any clues here? So complex, high value project. So, this could be actually a bit tricky. Do we just create a contract or do we get approval first? So we're definitely ready for either of those two things. Oh, this is very tricky. Gosh, okay, I think I'm going to go with the contract on this one, and let's see how we go, because I think we're ready, and then I think this is more like escalating a risk. So let's go with answer B for now. Oh no, we got one wrong. Okay, there we go. Answer D. Oh, this is good. Now, this is going to give us some tips for the PMP exam, so you don't make this mistake on the exam yourself. Let's see what we've got here. So, final approval of complex Okay, it was a clue. Complex, high value, high risk procurements will generally require organizational senior management approval prior to award. So we can't award them anything actually yet. And then once we do award them, then we can have that contract, signed, created and drafted up, and then they can sign the contract and proceed. So I jumped the gun a little bit too much there for this one, and the clue was complex, high value, and maybe high risk. Could have mentioned. They could have thrown us another clue. I mean, yeah. So PMBOK guide 488, conduct procurement outputs, selected sellers in the PMBOK guide. Check that out for yourself. That's going to be really, really good. All right. Wow. I'm learning something. I hope you're learning something. This is a little bit more fun than I was expecting. Let's see what we've got next. You have been planning your project using a waterfall methodology and need to estimate the resources required with your team. Your project management office recently stopped using third parties or off-site workers, okay, and mandated resources to be on-site only. Okay, is this about resource management maybe? Let's have a look. You review the activity list based on your project scope and realize that some essential project resources currently work off-site. So we need to bring workers on-site. However, some of our really, really high-value essential workers are actually working off-site. So this is a tricky situation. What are we going to do here? What will we do next? Discuss the available options with the project sponsor. That could be good. Could be pretty good. I wonder if we've got any better options there though. Let's have a look. Because it may not just be the project sponsor either. So that's something to consider. Perform alternatives analysis on the impact of both on-site and off-site workers for the project. So I like this because we'd probably do this before we actually went to discuss this with anyone. We want to have all that information. Is it actually going to impact us? Maybe not. What are the alternatives and how do they impact us? I think we need to know this. I like this one so far. Update the resource management plan with the on-site worker mandate. Resource management plan, that's more how we're going to manage our resources. We could put that in there, that's an okay one. Probably not the best one for now. We might need to discuss the options first, so that's good. Update the resource calendar with the available people, locations and dates before baselining your project plan. So I think we'd probably do this one first, then we'd talk to the project sponsor, then we'd update the resource management plan, and then we'd update the resource calendar. So I think in that order, if we're actually looking at that, this is pretty good. Gives us a few clues for the future as well. Let's go with answer B. Okay, phew. I was actually worried about that one after the last question too. So I'm like, how many am I going to get wrong now? Okay, all of these are good options. However, the best option is alternatives analysis as part of all of these things, which assists in providing the best solution to perform the project activities with the defined constraints. So we need to know what the alternatives are, what the impacts are. Page 325, estimate resources, data analysis. And anytime we lose, we don't lose the lesson. That's the most important thing. Even though getting things wrong is a little bit painful, we get the benefit of getting the lesson out of that as well. And then we can take that to the exam and win. You guys can do it. All right, we're halfway through. You've been working on a project where the organization wanted only on-site workers. This sounds familiar. While you believed the project needed specific skills that were only available off-site. Is this exactly the same question? Or is this the same scenario? You worked through the various options and agreed to use the on-site workers available. That's what happened. Okay, I feel like we're going somewhere else here. As your project progresses, however, it becomes clear that it is not being done to specification, and you really do need the off-site workers. We were right all along. Okay, what do we do? Do we stick it to the people who said to do it the other way? Let's see what our options are here. The project is going off track. What are we going to do? So now we have to, and you'll see this happen in the real world as well. This is tricky, it's a tricky scenario. We have to be mature and we have to work through this because it's an issue and a conflict and a problem. How are we going to do this? Update the issue log. Okay, well it is an issue, yes, maybe. And the resource calendar with the resource requirements. Again, I think we still need to work through this. So there might be a better option. That could be a high maybe for now. Use problem solving with your team and negotiation with the project sponsor. Oh, that actually sounds very good, because we need to problem solve now that we're going off track, definitely. And we might need to negotiate with the project sponsor to say, you know what, we do need, or we might need some off-site workers in some scenarios. And here are the reasons why. And again, we'll have a little bit of back and forth, giving and taking. I think that could be our one. Let's see what else. Gather work performance information from your team and raise a change request. This is probably more about resources, I think, so not just yet. And it probably would happen later as well. Raise a risk in the risk register and brainstorm risk responses with your team. Risks are things that could happen in the future, that we see happening out there in the future. This is already happening, I think. So if it's issues or problem solving, out of these two, just because of this second bit here, I probably like problem solving with where we agree with both bits, negotiating and problem solving. Let's go with answer B, and fingers crossed. Okay, excellent. I think we're getting back into the rhythm here. This is good. This question is referring to the tools and techniques when used when monitoring and controlling resources. These techniques include problem solving and negotiation. A change request is for impacted baselined items, impacting schedule or cost, so not quite for us in this one. Page 356 and 357. Problem solving and interpersonal and team skills in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. Wonderful stuff, absolutely wonderful. All right, and you know what else is great? We're halfway through this little section. You guys are doing great. Keep going. This is great preparation for your exam. You're doing the right thing. You're working on a very high infrastructure project that is critical to your organization. Not another one. Oh, are we going to have to escalate this to senior management as well? Oh, that one really got me. The team are experienced in this area after working on this project for the past 12 months. Okay, this is great. Is it analogous estimating? We've seen that in the previous questions, haven't we? During a working group meeting, they mentioned they're stuck and can't implement part of the project. You raise an issue in the issue log and decide to problem solve with your team. Okay, what are we going to do next? They're experienced, but they're stuck. We're going to problem solve. How do we do that? Okay, do we escalate the problem outside your team as they clearly cannot move forward? I think a low maybe for that one, because we need to work through a few other options first. We really need to problem solve first, and as a last result, maybe we go outside the team. Review the lessons learned register for lessons to past similar problems. Yeah, that could be a maybe for that one as well. I think that's pretty good. I wonder if there's better options though. I mean, if there's nothing left, we'll go with that one. Define the problem with data. Oh, I love that already. Identifying the root cause, I love that as well. And generating possible solutions that we can choose from. Okay, all three of those things are actually pretty good. So I think that's going to be, that could be our one there. Raise a risk to project delivery and note the impact and likelihood of the risk. That's the risk process, certainly, but for our purposes, it's already happening again, probably more of an issue, and we want to problem solve that with real data, with the root causes, the actual causes, and potential solutions that we can work with. Let's go with answer C. There it is. This question asks for an approach to solving quality problems. We know the team are experienced in this area. Going outside the team might actually complicate things more. That's good to know, as people might be less familiar with the options. Various problem-solving methods generally include defining the problem with data, finding the root cause, generating solutions to choose from and test or even prioritize with your customers. Page 295 and 356, problem solving, and lots of problem solving in the PMBOK Guide. 2 sections there. That's very handy. It must be important, and it is. All right, what else is important? Last 4 questions. Let's get into these. You are creating a high-level project charter which has now been approved. The project sponsor expects you to get to this work straight away, and you don't know who to approach or who is available to help you with this project. So project charter, we don't know who to approach. What do we do next? Identify, okay, and what are the steps here? So project charter to kick off and initiate a project, and then right down at the bottom of all of the process steps in the process group mapping in the PMBOK Guide, you've got identify stakeholders. And then it goes all the way back up here to starting your project management plan. and all of the project management plan steps in planning your project. So do we have anything around identifying the people that we need to help us? Identifying stakeholders with an organizational breakdown chart and include this in your project plan. I think that's actually pretty good. And that's probably identifying stakeholders. That's the step, the process step. So create a RACI or a resource assignment matrix. I think we need to identify them first, don't we? So potentially not there yet. Review and update the resource calendar. Probably not there yet either. Review the high-level stakeholders in the project charter. And begin your project. That also is a good one, but is that enough information? If we were to choose between that one and this one here, getting all of those stakeholders, now that we can delve into it in a bit more detail, with an organizational breakdown chart, who's here, who's under them as a team leader, who's in that team, who's in this team. So that's the information that we need, I think. Let's go with answer A. There it is. The next step after creating the project charter is to identify stakeholders, with one of many being an organizational breakdown chart. There is no point in updating resource calendars or creating a RACI when you don't know who is involved yet. Very good call. Page 316 under data representation and page 25 under process group and knowledge area mapping in the PMBOK guide. Excellent work, guys. This is great. All right, you're doing great. Let's get to these last questions. You have been assigned to address the fast-moving competition that is rapidly taking market share from your company. Your executive manager advises you that the company only has 12 months before jobs will be lost, but there are currently no projects to address these concerns. As a project manager, what will you do next? So we need to create a business case or a project charter maybe. Let's see what we've got. Ask the executive manager to come up with the project ideas to address the situation. Maybe they might have some ideas, but I think we might have more tools as project managers to prioritize and to use that analysis, the different alternatives analysis that we looked at before. So this might be one input into that, but maybe not the whole thing. Let's put that as a maybe for now. Perform benchmarking against various companies for process improvement opportunities. That's a high maybe, I like that one, because that's going to give us the ideas into creating our business case or project charter. I wonder if there's a better one though. Let's see. Create a project charter with a high-level scope, milestones, and cost for approval. That's a definite yes, but we still need to go through benchmarking first, I think. Create a project business case. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, there's a few good options here. Including the business need, yes. The situation analysis, yes. And solution options, yes to that as well. Oh, this is tricky. So benchmarking, the benchmarking options will go into those solution options. So does D take the cake here? I think the best answer for us overall, I think based on that, let's go with answer D. Okay, excellent. Oh, that was tricky. Gosh, I just realized, I could have gotten that one wrong too. Especially when there's a few different correct answers. Very, very tricky. Before a project charter can be created, it needs a business case to determine how the project will address the business goals and the strategy, an analysis of the situation, various options to address them. Benchmarking is also a good answer, but not as complete as the business case. Page 30 and 31 under project business case in the PMBOK guide. Excellent work. All right, last two questions, guys. You're doing great. You have just started work in a project that has been in development for the past 6 months. You notice it has been through a large amount of project steps that you are unfamiliar with, such as concept development, feasibility study, commissioning, milestone review, and more. These don't match the normal phases of design, build, and test. So you'll find them, pretty much everywhere. Maybe they can fit into those phases though. So, okay, what are we going to do here? This is a bit of a tricky one. Advise the project to reduce and update its phases for less admin and faster delivery. I don't know, that's a bit ambiguous. Let's put that as a maybe for now. Ask the project to adhere to the normal phases of design, build, and test, as per the PMBOK guide. And so we've just started in this project, remember? So this is a bit tricky. Do we just go in and dictate all these changes? I'm not sure here. Adhere to the project's phases, or do we just do everything as the project says. Maybe there's a middle ground, I'm not sure. And familiarize yourself with the organization's process. Okay, maybe that actually is the answer, because these things still could be valid. These, as long as it's going through the steps in some way, shape or form, these things actually could match up. So this could be a bit, they're just named differently, for example. And you'll see this is part of enterprise environmental factors, EEFs. So the organization is the environment that we're working in. We need to come to understand what that environment is and how it works and how it operates. And this could be part of that. Remove the phases altogether and work through the waterfall delivery in one big release. I think, well, let's not mandate, let's not dictate. Let's work with these guys, especially for the information about enterprise environmental factors and the environment that we're working in. Let's go with answer C. Okay, phew, that was also a bit tricky. We're referring to project phases, but also enterprise environmental factors. Hooray, we got it right. Each organization can be different, with different politics, ways of working, governance and approvals. The best immediate course of action is to adhere to these EEFs and familiarize yourself with the organizational best practice. Page 20 in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, under Project Phase. Well done, guys, and you are up to the last question in this section. You've done an amazing job. Keep going, we're nearly there. The Project Management Office is looking for your help in hiring and coaching new project managers, and they ask you to interview the next candidate for roles in upcoming projects. Okay. In speaking with the candidate, they do not have any industry experience. What will you do next? So if they don't have any industry experience, what else could they have? Maybe, I think there's strategy there's leadership, and then there's project management specific. That's like the talent triangle, I think, the project manager talent triangle. And that's business as well. So business. Okay, well, let's see what our options are here. Ask them whether they prefer waterfall or agile to see if they work the same way as your organization. I think there's probably better things. As we saw, you could call it anything, different phases. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you call it, as long as you understand what the process steps are themselves underneath that name. So, I like that, but let's put that as a no for now. Ask them whether they would like a different job within the company with less focus on industry experience. Maybe. Let's see what else we have. Ask them if they can dictate and command a team to get fast results. Let's not go with that for now. As we've seen in other questions, sometimes dictating can work, but only if we need fast results at the expense of everything else. So team morale, information on the product and the project. So not always the best option there. Ask them what their focus on a project would be, the schedule, selected financial reports, or the issue log. Well, if they haven't got industry experience, do we send them off? Maybe not. But we can still get information, how's their project management experience? So this one here, the project management knowledge, I think that's what we're asking here. Let's go with answer D, and that's the one. Part of the skills of a qualified project manager are technical project management skills, business management skills, like we said, and leadership skills. So we got that part right. The top focuses for leading project managers were the schedule, financial reports, and the issue log. Excellent, that's good to know. Something for the real world. While a dictatorship can get fast results, it's at the expense of team psychological safety and performance over the long term. Page 58, under technical project management skills. You've done an amazing job, guys. We have covered so much here, and it's really, really gonna help your exam and also help you in the real world with all these crazy scenarios that actually you will see. It might seem crazy, but these things actually happen in the real world. Probably even crazier things happen in the real world. So I hope you've had a great time. I've certainly had an amazing time. But most of all, I truly, truly believe that you can pass the exam. Keep going, guys. You're doing the right thing. With a little bit of practice every day, I truly believe that you can do it. Your project charter has recently been approved, and you are gathering the customer requirements that will form the basis of your project. The project customer advises that they have been burned by previous project deliveries in the past, where the project did not deliver what they really needed. What will you do next? Okay, so how do we make sure that the project delivers what the customer actually wants? And remember, in Agile, you might get short feedback loops or release small pieces to get feedback. But we're doing Waterfall here, so we don't have that luxury. How can we still make sure that the customer gets what they want? Okay, create an initial list of requirements as part of a solid requirements management plan. Okay, requirements management plan, that's more about how we will gather and manage and check with changes for our requirements. And it's not really about us creating an initial list of requirements. We would prefer to work with the customer and get their needs, because this is what they need after all. We're trying to deliver value to them. So for this one, let's say no to that one for now. Call a focus group with a customer experts. Okay, that sounds promising. And brainstorm requirements with them. Okay, that sounds pretty good, that one, because we're going to the source. We're asking them what they actually want. That's probably a good thing to do if we're trying to give them what they want, right? Perform benchmarking between the area process and external organizations. So benchmarking is we take our process and we compare it to a similar process, but in a completely different organization. And then we find out where the gaps are. Maybe there's a gap here, maybe there's a gap here, and then we can use that to create a project based on that. But that's not gathering requirements from our customers, what they need. So, that's a good method, but not for us at this stage. Create a requirements traceability matrix to ensure requirements are tracked properly. So that is where, the customer gives us those requirements, we turn them into scope, we give them the acceptance criteria, we go through testing, and then they have sign off, and we can see the steps and exactly how that's going and tracking that from start to finish through our project. That is also a good answer. So then they can see those requirements. But before that, we still need to check in and ask the customer themselves. I think for that, we're going to go with answer B. All right, good stuff. First one, not too bad. This question focuses on the tools and techniques you will use when collecting requirements. So tools and techniques, brainstorming, interviews, focus groups, questionnaires, and benchmarking are all noted. Given the customer has had difficulties in the past, the best option is direct collaboration, focus groups, and brainstorming. Now that's pretty cool. They tried to throw us off a little bit with both of these ones, but this is still the best answer. Page 138, under Collect Requirements, Tools and Techniques in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, that's great. That's the first one in this little section done. It was almost too easy. We'll see how the other ones go. Your deliverables have recently been quality checked by a specialist testing team. Okay, checked. Let's see where this is going. And passed with flying colors. That's wonderful. You take them to the project sponsor for approval so you can move to project closure. So we get the deliverables quality checked, then we go to the project sponsor for approval or for verification, I think they're called. We validate the deliverables and then we verify them with the project sponsor, and then once they accept them, we can close the project. So what are we trying to do here? The project sponsor accepts all the deliverables except for two. One she notes as a defect and one as a missed requirement. What will you do next? Okay, so we've got two that haven't been accepted. We might need a change here. Make the changes as soon as possible to avoid further delays. Maybe, but this is Waterfall, remember, we have to go through the proper checks and balances. So how do we make a change? Usually through a change request, I think. So raise an issue in the issue log, as this will delay your project. Maybe because this is potentially an issue, it might delay our project. But what comes before that? Raise a change request, oh, that sounds promising, for the items, along with the reasons for non-acceptance of those deliverables. That sounds pretty good, actually. We'll see what the last one is just in case. Proceed as normal. Okay, yeah. Let's just ignore the issues. That's always going to make things better. That is sarcasm. If you couldn't tell, you've delivered them as per the project needs. Well, we haven't, because they haven't been accepted by the project customer. So let's put let's say a no for that one for now. And I think based on all of these answers, let's go with answer C. There we go. For the completed deliverables that have not been formally accepted, change requests are raised along with the reasons for non-acceptance of those deliverables. Well, that's very good to know. And it's page 166 under Validate Scope, outputs change requests. So change request as an output of validating the scope. If you want to check that out for yourself in the PMBOK guide. How did you go? I thought that was very good. All right, let's see what's next. You have gathered the customer requirements with your team and are finishing the creation of the scope statement. You need to baseline the project scope to ensure future changes are tracked as necessary. What will you do next? Okay, so is this about the scope baseline perhaps? And we've created the scope statement, so that's part of the scope baseline actually. It's the scope statement, work breakdown structure, and work breakdown structure dictionary. And something else, I can never remember that fourth one. Maybe it'll give us a tip here. Take the scope statement to the project sponsor and steering committee for approval. I think we need more so we need all of these things really for the scope baseline. Ask the project sponsor to approve the project charter and the project management plan with the included high-level scope. Probably not there, we need a bit more detail. So we're doing the scope baseline here, we need proper baseline scope information, all of the information. That's why we ask for these things. It's a good way to capture all of that scope information. Update this configuration management plan with the scope statement as a baseline document. We need more than the scope statement. We need the scope baseline. So we need all of these three things as well. So again, it's trying to throw us off here, but not quite. Create a work breakdown structure and work breakdown structure dictionary with your team. That definitely matches up with what we're saying there. I think we're on the right track. Let's go with answer D. Excellent work. All right. The scope baseline includes the scope statement, work breakdown structure dictionary, work breakdown structure, and here it is, work packages. I always forget that one. Work packages is number 4. So that's a work package is something broken down, it's something that people can work on, an actual piece of work small enough that a team or a person can physically complete and work on. That's a work package. As we've already created the scope statement, the next best step is to create these things as inputs into the scope baseline. Page 161 and 162 under scope baseline in the PMBOK guide. Excellent work, guys. How did you go for that one? Did you get thrown off by those funny questions in there or those funny answers? I think we got through that pretty well. We sorted it out. We got through their tricks, and that's good. All right, let's see what we've got next. You've been planning your project using a waterfall methodology. The project team have collected the requirements from the customer, who is eager to begin work as soon as possible. You set a meeting with the business analysts in your team to create the scope statement based on these requirements. What will you do next? Okay, is this just about the scope statement then? So what's in the scope statement? Not to be confused with the scope baseline as we saw. All right, I think let's see what we've got here. Include the scope description, deliverables, acceptance criteria and exclusions. Acceptance criteria I know for sure is in the scope statement because otherwise it's just a description. It's like us describing what the scope is going to be based on the customer needs. But then what are the actual deliverables, high-level features, but also the acceptance criteria of those features so we really know when we've succeeded or not. I think this actually could be our one, but let's see what else we've got. Include the scope description, good, work breakdown structure and work breakdown structure dictionary. That's the scope baseline like we were just looking at before. So we'll put a no for that one for now. Include the scope management plan, statement of work and requirements traceability matrix. Scope management plan is the process of how we're going to manage our scope. So what steps do we go through as we need to manage our scope? Who do we gather it from? What do we do? What format do we put it in? What documents do we need? All of that stuff, the process. So that's a good document to have, but not for us right now. Include the project charter, project management plan, and accepted deliverables. I think those, they're important documents, but again, not for us at this stage. I think let's go with answer A. All right, excellent. The project scope statement includes the scope description, deliverables, acceptance criteria, and any exclusions. The scope baseline includes the scope description, work breakdown structure and work breakdown structure dictionary, and work packages, as we saw before. Don't get tripped up by that. Page 154, under the project scope statement, if you want to check that out for yourself. A little light reading in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. It's only 800 pages or 700 or 800 pages to get through. Guaranteed to put you to sleep. All right, but what won't put you to sleep is the next question here. Let's get into it. You've been assigned to a project that is behind schedule. Okay, well, this is going to be exciting then. So that's good. Some of your team approach you and ask you what they should be working on. Okay, you check with your team, and one of your senior analysts recommends you work together to create the work breakdown structure dictionary. What will you do next? Okay, is this just us creating the work breakdown structure dictionary? Okay, this could be easy. Create a scope breakdown with unique identifier. Oh, here we go. Description and acceptance criteria. That is our work breakdown structure. Yeah, I think a dictionary. So the dictionary is all of that extra information. So it has acceptance criteria, who owns it, the step that it's up to, unique identifier, description, just any extra information you need on that scope. So that is definitely matching up to work breakdown structure dictionary. Let's see what else we've got here. Work with the senior analyst to create a resource assignment matrix instead, and coach them on the difference between a resource assignment matrix and work breakdown structure dictionary. Whoa, hang on, okay. That's a little bit left field. Why is it saying that? But the team are asking what they should be working on. So hang on a minute. I think they're trying to throw us off here a little bit. So the team needs to know what they're working on, but someone else has suggested that we work on a work breakdown structure dictionary instead. Is that going to give us what we need? Okay, I think this is a little bit of a tricky one. They're trying to trick us here. I think we actually do need a resource assignment matrix to see who is assigned to what they should be working on. I think that's the actual question here. Let's put a tick for that one for now. Let's see if there's any other curveballs. Gather the project scope, break it down into smaller work packages. Probably not going to get us what we need for either of these just yet. It's a good answer though. Create a scope breakdown with unique identifier, description, and resource requirements. Oh, is that now a work breakdown structure dictionary as well? Okay, look, so if both of those are very similar, it could be either of those. But honestly, I think we're trying to figure out who needs to work on what, and to do that, we need a resource assignment matrix. I think they're trying to trick us. Let's see what we've got. Let's go with answer B. Okay, good. That was a bit tricky, gosh. Okay, a resource assignment matrix is the best approach, showing the project resources assigned to each work package. It's used to illustrate the connections between work packages or activities and project team members. And we've got page 162 for the work breakdown structure dictionary, if we need that information, or 317 for the assignment matrix, if we want to look at that in more detail. Okay, well, obviously they're getting a little bit more advanced with the questions here, trying to throw us off. So that was a good one to go through. Be careful for that in the exam. What have we got next? The project charter has been approved. You've identified the stakeholders you'll be working with and who will be impacted. As the project progresses, you notice multiple stakeholders who seem to be actively trying to sabotage your project and your efforts. What will you do next? Okay, when we've got unhappy stakeholders, then maybe they don't want to collaborate with us or cooperate. So how do we bring them back on board, on side? Review the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. And this is where we have these 5 things. So we put all of our stakeholders down one side and we say, are they unaware of our project? Are they resistant? Are they neutral? Are they supporting, or are they leading? And it sounds as though currently we've got a whole bunch of stakeholders who are resistant. Either that, or they're at best neutral, or even at best unaware even as well. So not good options for any of those. So for all of those, what do? We invite feedback from those people who are resistant. I actually think that could be our answer, so that's pretty good. What else have we got, just in case? We don't want to get tripped up again like the last one, so we'd better read them all. Remove the people who seem to be slowing your project from your project team. Okay, sometimes you might have this option, but sometimes you won't have this option. You have to work with the people who are slowing your project. You still have to bring them on board. You have to use your leadership skills, your management skills, your negotiation skills, your conflict management skills, your communication skills, and all of those things combined in a difficult world for your project management skill set. Very, very challenging, very difficult. That's why they need you as a project manager and as a leader. That's why they need your skills. That's why you're doing the right thing. But for us, we can't just remove them. Yeah, not every time anyway. Let's put a no for that one. Oh, I accidentally put a tick. I secretly wanted to remove them. Escalate the problem solvers to their functional managers for disciplinary action. Oh, okay, another one. We could escalate this to someone else. And again, you can do this in the real world too, sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You can win their minds, they will come to work because they have to do it, but their hearts, they still don't believe in the work. We want to collaborate with them, communicate with them, bring them on the whole journey, and I think this is still our best answer. Review the impact over influence matrix to determine how to engage with the stakeholders. That's more for our impact over influence. That's more to see who has the most power and control and who's impacted the most. And so who do we need to communicate the most to? But for us, we need to see who we need to engage. So all of that to say, long-winded answer, let's go with answer A. There it is. Assessing stakeholder engagement and gathering their feedback is the best answer. Using an impact over influence chart to see who holds the most influence might help you. However, this question involves determining which stakeholders are at risk and then using communication, interpersonal and team skills to engage them. Page 521 and 527 under Manage Stakeholder Engagement, Communication Skills. And it really does have some good tips in the PMBOK guide for communication. I do recommend you check that out, page 527, really, really good. All right, that was another tricky one. Let's see what we've got next. Your project involves nearly a dozen teams who are dispersed around the country at different sites with thousands of impacted stakeholders. The executives in these areas are concerned with the changes the project will bring. This will happen all the time, by the way, and are starting to push back on your planning efforts. Okay, another engagement question maybe? What will you do next? So again, we need to engage and communicate and collaborate with these guys, potentially negotiate and a bit of conflict management as well. All of this stuff, very important, very tricky. Create the project charter and arrange for sign-off by the executives. Probably not. We've probably been through this already. And if it's not more than high level, project charter is only high level and it kicks off the project. So let's say no for now. Create the communications management plan to ensure that their communication needs are met. This sounds very promising because that was like the next step after our engaging. So we see who is resistant and then we communicate in the way that they need to be communicated with. So, you know, what information do they need and how do they prefer to get that information? That's our communications management plan. Very important. I think that could be our one actually there, so that could be good. Raise a change request for the project to arrange to co-locate all the teams. May not be possible, and it's going to cost us more money, so we're going to need more information there. It's going to impact our budget, it could impact our schedule. We're bringing people here, there, or everywhere, and it actually may not be possible. Some people are happy in the city that they're already in, so there's always that. Create the requirements traceability matrix so you can trace the executive's requirements back to the scope that you deliver and keep them engaged. That's also a good one, but again, we still need to communicate whatever that is and do that in the right way. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer B. All right, the project is already in progress, so assume the project charter has been approved. Good to know. The communications management plan contains stakeholder communication requirements and is the current plan for collecting, creating, and distributing information in a timely manner. It identifies the team members, stakeholders, and the work involved in the communications process. Page 377, Communications Management Plan. How did you guys go with that one? That was a little bit nicer. I thought that was quite good. And now we're really getting into these soft skills as well. It's really good stuff. All right, last 3 questions. You're doing great. A number of risks have been raised on your project. You perform qualitative analysis to get a subjective risk rating, but your project customer is not satisfied. They would like you to perform additional qualitative risk analysis beyond impact and likelihood. Wow, this is tricky. What will you analyze next? So it's not, I thought they were going to say quantitative analysis, which is your financial stuff. So let's see what options we have and see if there's a typo here or what's going on. So additional qualitative analysis, simulation, sensitivity analysis, decision tree analysis. This is quantitative analysis. Quantitative analysis is your big simulations, lots of data, mostly financial information or data usually as well. So what's the financial impact? And lots more quantitative, in-depth analysis. So that is quantitative risk analysis. But unless it's a typo, that's not what we're asking for here. Cost of failure, cost of appraisal, cost of prevention. That's the cost of quality and not quite what we're after from a risk perspective. So let's say no there. Executive needs, political needs, promotion needs. I can't remember these being anywhere, so this might be a red herring actually. I think they're trying to throw us off here. Let's say no for now. Urgency, proximity, and strategic impact of the risks. That actually could be the one. The urgency of the risk, the proximity, how close is it to us or how close is it to that person? The strategic impact, how much does it impact our strategy? That actually could be good. And it's still qualitative, it's still a little bit subjective. So I think that's actually the one. Let's go with answer D. Excellent, all right. As part of qualitative risk analysis, other risk parameters you might measure include urgency, proximity, dormancy, manageability, controllability, detectability. Wow, I feel like now they're just making up words here. But no, it does kind of make sense actually. Is it easily detectable? I mean, yeah, that does make sense. Strategic impact and propinquity. I'm probably going to have to Google that word after this. If someone does know what propinquity means, it might be like how likely something is to happen. Anyway, if you figure it out, put it in the comments. You'll be teaching me a lesson and that will be wonderful, wonderful. Page 423, 424, under qualitative risk analysis, assessment of other parameters, propinquity is a new word for me today. All right, last two questions. One of the risks on your project is significantly large and could seriously impact your company if it ever came about. It has captured the attention of high-ranking executives, of course, who have each proposed a response and thinks that theirs is the best, of course, and that always happens. That will definitely happen in the real world, so this is going to be a good one to go through. You decide to solve the argument with a decision tree. Okay, what will you do next? This might just be about how to make a decision tree, so this is good. Rate the risks for their probability and impact and get a rating for each. That's our qualitative risk analysis. I can't quite write qualitative, but hopefully you get the idea there. Note each of the options on a vertical bar chart for their impact, sensitivity on cost. Vertical bar chart is a tornado chart. It ends up looking a little bit like a tornado, -1 to 1, -2 to 2, for example, based on a single idea in the middle here. So that's a quantitative risk measure as well that we saw. Sensitivity analysis, that is. Note the various response options with their cost, impact, and their probability of occurrence. So, I mean, this is similar, but also, so the decisions that we make in a decision tree have the dollar impact here, but also they have the, what's the likelihood percentage? This is going to happen 50% of the time. This one's going to happen 50% of the time. And then we go off to, another one, and that's going to have this dollar impact, and this is going to have this dollar impact. And then we've got another decision, and this one's 30% of the time, and this one's 70% of the time. So that's our decision tree, and we add all of those things up and the probabilities, and then we have a probability of certain costs right at the end. So it's a bit more involved than qualitative analysis. That actually could be our one there. Perform a simulation, that's probably quantitative simulation in depth of all the responses against multiple criteria to test their impact. That's actually Monte Carlo analysis. So yeah, that's good to know. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer C. All right, excellent. A decision tree shows various options with their benefit or cost and various, often uncontrollable outcomes with their probability of occurrence. That's the way that we get an idea for what sort of risk we're heading into here. This allows you to choose the path with the least cost and the least probability of impact. Page 435 under decision tree analysis. Excellent work. You've made it to the last question. Let's get into it. You're nearly there. You're doing amazing. Let's do this. You've recently become a project manager for a large organization and you're not sure what to expect. Okay, new person, new organization. Your colleague tells you that the organization is large enough to have a substantial project management office and it is a directing PMO. What will you do next? So there's three types. It starts with S, I can't remember. Controlling is the next one, and directive, supportive, that's what the one. Supportive, controlling, and directive. Supportive just gives you a rough idea or a guideline to follow and says, you know, if you want to do this, go for it. Controlling gives you the templates and tools and says, okay, you guys need to follow these templates and tools. We're controlling the way you do projects. Directive directs everything, the whole kit and caboodle. They say, you'll work here, you work here, this is how we do it, this is the governance, this is the templates, everything. They're directing all of the action. So if we have something there, that'll be our answer. Collaborate with the other project managers in the PMO to find a project that suits your skill set. Maybe not, let's see what else we've got. Get started on a business case in your work area to initiate a project. That's maybe more if we had more control ourselves. I think this one, they're going to assign us to something, I think. Oh, here we go, good. A way to be assigned to a project by the PMO. This could be the one, could be the one. Review the project management frameworks, templates and tools mandated for use by the PMO. That is more of a controlling PMO, like we were saying. I think for our purposes, let's go with answer C. And there it is. There are three types of project management offices: supportive with templates and guidelines, controlling with adherence to frameworks and templates, and directive with a high degree of control where they directly manage the projects and assign project managers to the PMO. Page 48 under Project Management Office in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. And that is the end of this little section. You guys have done an amazing job. But more importantly, you're doing something that's really, really going to impact your life and really, truly going to help your entire career, no matter where you work. I truly, truly believe that you can pass the PMP. And when you do, it's really going to impact your life in a positive way. I really believe that, and I really believe in you. Keep going. I know you can do this. The project customer approaches you as they are worried that the project is not delivering fast enough. You review the project schedule and cost so you can see how the project is tracking. The actual cost is $648,000. Okay, so actual cost, 648, great. The earned value, so that's what we've actually delivered, is 601,000. The planned value is 629, so 629. That's what we thought we would have done and delivered at this stage. So the actual cost, so we're over budget here. So we're over budget, we've spent too much money when we haven't delivered what we thought we would have delivered. Otherwise we'd be at 648 for our planned value as well, but we're not. So 601 is our earned value. So that's what we thought, that's what we've actually delivered. That's what we thought we would have delivered. And the earned value is what we've actually delivered. So we're way behind. So we're way behind on our schedule because we'd planned more than this, and we're way behind on our cost as well. So let's have a look. Ahead of schedule? No. Ahead of schedule? No. We're behind on our schedule. Now, are we behind on our schedule and over budget? I think that's our one. We're not under budget, so because otherwise these would look very different. And comparing the earned value to the planned value to the actual cost, that's an easy way to do it without any formulas or anything as well. We can just put them next to each other and see where we're actually sitting. So let's go with answer C. And there it is. The question is about earned value analysis. And this is the actual formula if we actually do want this. Sometimes these are tricky to remember though, so there are a lot of formulas around earned value management, but let's see what we've got. Earned value minus planned value, okay, so minus 38,000, we're behind schedule. Earned value minus actual cost, okay, that's not too hard to remember, is minus 28,000, so we're over our budget, we've spent too much. Page 261 under earned value analysis. All right, that was a good one to start off with. How did you guys go? I thought that was pretty good. Let's see what we've got next. The people and resources involved in your project are currently costing a large amount of money, and your project sponsor comments about it frequently. you check how the project is tracking. Okay, we've got some more figures. This is good. Planned value, what's at the top? Okay, great. Planned value is 840 over here. Earned value is 795. So that's what we've actually delivered, but we're behind what we said we had delivered, we'd planned to deliver. Actual cost is 755. So we haven't spent as much as we could have spent for all of these things. So we're way behind on our spending. So we're under our budget, in other words. Okay, so we might have money to spend here, but we're also behind on schedule, so we need to bring it back up to speed. What are we going to do here? This could be good. Utilize the project contingency reserves. Oh, we don't need to do that because we're behind on our budget already. So we don't need to dig into any reserves just yet. Raise a change request to reduce the project scope and bring the cost back on track. Again, our actual cost is below everything else, so we're okay from a cost perspective. Reduce the project resources to bring the project cost back on track. Again, they're being very kind to us because we know that it's not the cost that's the problem here. Add more resources to bring the project schedule back on track. That's our clue. And we can add more resources because we've got a little bit of money to spare. So that's very good. I think we're going to go with answer D. Excellent work. Schedule variance. Okay, and it's given us more formulas. Oh, like I'm going to remember all these formulas. But they are good to know, and you probably won't come across them in the PMP exam these days, to be honest. But they are still good to know, guys. So, let's check them out. Schedule variance is earned value minus planned value. Oh, we did these before. Cost variance is earned value minus actual cost. So we're behind schedule, but we're under budget. So that's what we said. Despite the sponsor's comments, the project is actually behind schedule, but under budget. So we can add more resources and cost to the project to bring the schedule back on track. And this will happen in the real world. Sometimes our perceptions are different to the actual reality. Let's get the real world data and figure out what the actual story is and make decisions based on real life data. That's the good stuff. Page 262 under variance analysis in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. All right, that was really good as well. Let's see what we've got next. Team members from parts of the organization have been assigned to your project at an agreed level of 50% availability. Okay. As the project progresses, you notice that they are being pulled back into their normal roles. You also notice that your project is falling behind schedule. Wow, this is starting to really go off track here. So we're going behind schedule and our resources are disappearing. Not good. What are we going to do about this? What are we going to do next? Talk with the project steering committee and arrange for more resources to assist your project. We might need to do this down the track, but this is not the first thing we're going to do. We want to manage this situation first. Can we talk to the resources? Can we talk to their managers? Can we figure out, can we do something else? We need to manage this before we escalate this, pretty much. Okay, talk with the functional managers. Okay, this could be good. Negotiate. I like that word. We're negotiating, giving a little, taking a little. We need to figure out a way forward and problem solve. Clear and written assignments with reliable scheduling priorities. Wow, okay, now that sounds very mature. Very good. That's a good approach, actually. So we're going to get this in writing, written assignments, who's working on what, with reliable scheduling. So can they actually not work Monday and Tuesday? Okay, let's put them on Wednesday and Thursday instead. Let's make it reliable. Let's write it down. I think this could be our one. Raise a risk to project delivery and assign it to the functional managers. A risk is something that happens in the future. This has already happened. It's more of an issue. So we're not going to go with this one. Raise an issue in the issue log and raise it at the next project working group. I think it's a bit more urgent than that. Yes, we will probably need to raise an issue in the issue log. That could be another good one, but also we need to we actually need to actively manage this like we were saying. So if it was between this one and this one, I think let's go with using our negotiation skills and project management skills. I think we're going to go with answer B. Okay, well, it actually could have been either one, so that was pretty good. This question refers to interpersonal and team skills and negotiation. The best way is to approach a problem directly, clearly and collaboratively with the functional managers involved. Page 332, 333, under Interpersonal and Team Skills, Functional Manager, in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. So that's very good. You can check that out for yourself. And that was a really, really good one to go through. A good real-world scenario too. All right, how did you guys go? I think we're getting through these pretty well. Let's see what we've got next. You've been planning a project with the manager of a functional area who needs to increase their profit by 57% in the next 3 years. You're helping him put together a business case. He's come up with 18 different project ideas to reach the goal, but that will take approximately 7 years. Okay, wow, this is quite big and complex. It's a bit of a program here. The manager pushes you to find a way to do them all in 3 years. What will you do next? Wow, okay. Well, okay, we're gonna have to see what options we've got because this is a bit tricky. Will we prioritize? This could be good. Prioritize the ideas based on impact and cost. So what's gonna have the biggest impact and what's going to cost the least? Let's put those together and prioritize those from top to bottom and note the required, desired, or optional next to each of the features or each of the projects in the business case. I think that sounds pretty good actually. Also a pretty good approach there. Let's see what else we've got just in case. Advise the manager that good things take time to deliver. Wow, okay. A sassy response. That never goes, I mean, we'll never have any problems there, will we? Of course. And look, I mean, we may be tempted to say these things sometimes, but honestly, it's often easier if we work with people and try to be mature, like those other questions that we saw. That mature response actually often works really, really well. So let's say no on this one for now, even though it might be tempting. Add the appropriate amount of cost for extra resources to your project plan to get the work done, maybe, but we need to get that approved, so that would need to go through the proper process. So that's a maybe for now. And then maybe based on that, they might reduce some of the scope anyway if they say that it's going to cost too much. So, but I think a better response is still prioritizing based on our biggest hitters, our biggest impacts. Set a meeting with the functional area experts and ask them to pick the top ideas for delivery. They're asking for all of them anyway. I don't think, look, honestly, I think it's better to prioritize based on impact and cost rather than just their wish list, because you will see that people pick their pet projects in the real world. So this will happen to you all the time. You know, this is just the way of the world in projects. When people, everything is a must-have when you ask them. So I think if we bring a proper process to this, let's go with answer A. I think that's going to do it. Great stuff, guys. The project business case includes analysis of the situation, which includes decision criteria by the various courses of action that may be assessed, output in ways such as required, desired, and optional. Okay, that was a bit of a confusing sentence, but the analysis, so this is for our business case. And okay, so the various courses of action. So in other words, what are we recommending in our business case? And for us, we're recommending the top impacting projects and top impacting features. Those are the ones that we want to deliver, and especially if they have a low cost as well. So that's the way that we're looking at that. Page 31 under project business case in the PMBOK guide. Now that was a very good question, quite a good real world scenario. All right, we're getting through them, you're doing well. Your project charter has been approved and your stakeholder analysis reveals multiple impacted, highly paid executives with the power to influence your career. Okay, so with our chart here, if we're looking at impact and influence, 1 out of 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10, we've got high impact and high influence. So these guys they have a lot of power over your career. It's best to keep them happy. As you approach some of these stakeholders, they raise their concerns about the project, how it's progressing, and what it involves. What will you do next? Okay, so we've had similar questions to this. It's engagement and communication. What do we need to do here? Perform an impact over influence analysis on all your stakeholders. I feel like we've already done that because that's how we got here in the first place. So let's put a maybe for that one for now. Create your project management plan and review its detail regularly with the impacted or influential stakeholders. So that's communicating, and it's communicating our plan. and how it's going. I think that actually could be quite good, that one. Let's see what else we've got just in case. Circulate the signed project charter. See, that's just used to kickstart the project. To anyone who needs convincing that the project is needed. So that sort of gets approval for the project and the project resources. But once that's done, you know, we need more information here. We need to be communicating constantly to these impacted stakeholders. I think this is still our one. Reduce your communication. Reduce. Oh, there we go. With most stakeholders, they can't resist what they don't know about. Oh, that's a genius solution. Okay. Now, of course, that will probably go horribly wrong. It might work for a little while because people won't know what's going on, but eventually people are going to start asking questions, and then we're going to be way behind in our communication efforts and our engagement efforts. And so eventually this will come and bite us, this one. So let's put a no for that one. It's always better to communicate more rather than less. Let's go with answer B. All right, good stuff. Developing the project management plan includes creating a comprehensive document that defines the basis of all project work and how the work will be performed. Okay, reviewing this with the stakeholders regularly will assist with their engagement. Very good. The step also comes after the project charter, so that's already happened, and identifying stakeholders in the PMBOK guide, knowledge mapping. Page 82, develop the project management plan. All right, that was a very, very good one to go through. How did you guys go for that one? Do you agree? Does this make sense? I think it's pretty, we're definitely getting through this, and I'm learning a lot about Waterfall, which is even better. So that's really good. Let's see what we've got next. You have just created your project management plan and are reviewing it with your stakeholders. It includes the subsidiary plans of scope management, schedule management, cost management, resources, and quality. Some of your stakeholders raise concerns that they cannot see what needs to be baselined or how to measure the project performance and changes. So we measure the project performance against the baselined documents. How are we tracking? How are we actually going compared to what we said we would do? Exactly like that planned value and earned value, exactly like that, what we said and what we saw before. So this is quite good, another real world example. What will you do next? So I think we're just asking about baseline documents here. And to figure out what needs to be baselined, that information is in our configuration management plan. It's like what needs to be configured. We put anything that needs to be configured in the configuration management plan. So let's see if we've got something here. Advise your stakeholders the information they need is in the subsidiary plans. It's actually not, so that may not be true. Not the ones that we've mentioned anyway. Meet as often as needed with your project stakeholders to increase their engagement and acceptance of your project. I mean, that could work, but it's not particularly about the baseline information, is it? So let's put a no for now. Show them the project budget timeline with costs projected on a schedule. That's just one part of what we're asking about here, but what is actually baselined? Still don't know. Create the configuration management plan. That sounds promising. Change management plan and performance measurement baseline with your team. Wow, okay, we've gone all out there. So it's not just configuration management plan, we're gonna do a whole bunch more and include them in your project plan. I think that's gonna be the one. Let's go with answer D. There it is. The configuration management plan is what needs to be baselined. The change management plan is how to process changes. The performance measurement baseline is an integrated scope, schedule, cost plan to measure our performance against. Well, that's good to know. And all are additional parts of your project management plan that you can include in your project management plan. So page 88, project management plan, additional components in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition if you want to check that out for yourself. And that was really good. I've learned another thing today, so that's very, very good. I think these are going great. We've only got a couple to go. You're doing great. Let's keep going. Part of your project work needs to be outsourced to a supplier. You are asked to ensure that the cost for the outsourced portion of the project does not include 1.2 million. And if the work comes in under cost and ahead of schedule, you may provide additional money to the supplier. What sort of contract will you work with your procurement office to prepare? Okay, all right, we're looking at contracts here. It's pretty straightforward. And we have got a fixed amount or a ceiling, 1.2. And if the work comes in under that, then we can provide a bonus. So this could be good. All right, I think this should be pretty straightforward. Create a firm fixed price contract for the seller. That's just one fee, one price, no bonuses there, so we'll say no for now. Create a fixed price incentive fee for the seller. That gives them an incentive if they finish early, or if they, or if anything else, something specific that we say. For example, if they, come in under budget, then maybe we'll give them a little bonus anyway, for example. So fixed price plus an incentive fee, yes, that is probably going to be our one. Let's see what else we've got. Create a cost plus fixed fee. That's just a fixed fee, probably not for us at this stage. Cost plus award fee, that also could be it, because that's just the cost of the item plus an award fee. But the award fee can be just subjective. It's like whether we actually like it or not, whether we're happy. Are we happy? Then we'll award them a little bit extra. But that's very subjective. It's usually not set out in stone if they deliver under cost and ahead of schedule. So I think for this one, a bit more solid, fixed price incentive fee. Let's go with answer B. All right, good stuff. Fixed price incentive fee contracts include financial incentives tied to achieving agreed upon metrics. So we've pre-agreed on these. And a price ceiling is set where all costs above the price ceiling are the responsibility of the seller. So that really does match what we want. Cost plus award fee is based on a broad range of subjective factors instead. And I just realized if it's their cost, it could very well go above 1.2 million, which is not what we want. But the fixed price incentive fee has that cost ceiling. So that's exactly what we need. Page 471 under contract types. Really good stuff in the PMBOK guide, and we've only got 3 to go. You're doing a great job. How did you like that question? I thought it was really good. I love that procurement stuff. Let's see what we've got next. You take the completed scope to your project sponsor for them to accept. The project sponsor advises she cannot accept the deliverables as she doesn't know the outcomes of testing and whether the scope met her requirements or needs further changes. What will you do next? Okay. All right, so quality testing outcomes maybe here. Set a meeting with the project sponsor directly to address their concerns. That's pretty good. We know that we need to work collaboratively and directly. That's the approach that we take. That could work. Let's see what else we have though. Review the requirements traceability matrix and show the sponsor how each requirement is met by project scope. That could work, but what we're asking here is she doesn't know the outcomes of testing. So this is a high maybe, because you will have some testing information in the requirements traceability matrix, but more in the work breakdown structure dictionary actually. Let's put a low maybe on this one for now. There's probably a better option. Review the quality report, that sounds promising, together with your testing leader, also sounds promising, and note which items may need change requests, if any. So if we're talking about quality and testing, I think this is probably going to be our one. Review the change requests for the project to show the sponsor whether any corrective actions needed to be made. That is probably a good action, but again, for quality and testing, this is our best one. Let's go with answer C. And there it is. The quality report includes corrective actions, recommendations, including rework, defect, bug repair, 100% inspection and more, and the summary of findings from the control quality process. Perfect to review to show the sponsor the state of the deliverables before they accept them. So, did they all pass? Well, then we should, it's probably better, easier for them to accept. This report may also be the basis for change requests if some of them didn't pass those tests, for example. Page 296, under Quality Reports in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Well done. How did you guys go for that one? I thought that was pretty good as well. But you know what else is pretty good? Last 2 questions out of a total of 100. You've done an incredible job, amazing job. This is it, last 2. Let's get to this. Multiple unforeseen events have happened that have set your project behind schedule, and in trying to bring it back on track, you have spent a considerable amount of money. Now the project sponsor has threatened to stop the project unless they can see how much money the project will cost by the time it is finished. What will you do next? So how much is the project going to cost at the end by the time it's finished, based on any changes? This could be another one of those formulas that we need to know actually. Let's see what we've got. Perform a reserve analysis on the remaining contingency and management reserves. Good answer, but not for us because we need to see the total cost of our project, total cost. Create a project estimate at completion and compare it to the budget at completion. Our estimate at completion, that sounds very promising. We're estimating what the cost is going to be at the completion of the project. I think that's exactly what they're asking for actually. So that's a high maybe for that one. That's probably a yes. Create the to complete performance index with your team to meet your project goal. That's, I'm trying to remember, but that's more of like a percentage, or it's like, how likely are we to meet the goal, or, it's similar to like the cost performance index, for example. Are we way over cost or are we way under cost? I can't exactly remember it, but that's definitely not what we're after. We want a solid figure for this, so that's a no. Review the cost performance index. Oh, well, same thing, to see how the project cost is tracking. Again, we want a solid figure. Let's go with answer B. And there it is. As the project progresses, the project team develops a forecast for the estimate at completion, EAC, which may differ from the budget at completion, which is what we originally started with, based on the project performance. If it becomes obvious that the BAC is no longer viable, the project manager should consider the forecasted estimate at completion instead, and we'll use that going forward. Page 269, control cost forecasts, and 264 under forecasting. In the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, and well done, you made it. We're at the last question. How good is that? 100 waterfall questions. What an amazing achievement. Your project plan includes an estimate of how long the project will take via a project schedule, how much it will cost, and the resources that will be required. The project sponsor believes the project can be done with around 34% fewer resources. And you know what? This is going to happen in the real world every time. You're going to see this a lot. It's human nature to want more things for less money, of course, which will save them money and keep their area within their own budget, so they have their own budget pressures as well. What are we going to do next? Dismiss the sponsor's comments as uneducated and proceed with your plan as is. Now again, we need to collaborate here. We can dismiss people's concerns. We can force our way through, but there will be implications or impacts to our project down the track that we may not like because now the project sponsor is not on side, is not on board. So let's say no for now. Reduce the resources in your project plan so the project can meet your sponsor's expectations. So that's doing what they've asked, but that's going to impact our project. So we need to know what the impacts are actually going to be. Let's put a low maybe on that one for now. I don't really like it. Create a basis of estimates with your project team and review this with your sponsor to agree on a way forward. I like the reviewing bit and agreeing on a way forward, definitely. Basis of estimates. It's like, so, okay, what do we base our estimates on? What are our assumptions here? So maybe we're assuming that we need all of these people, and if we show that to the project sponsor, then that will help them understand why we've put, the costs that we've put. So that's a high maybe. I think that's actually quite good. The basis of estimates. So we're just showing them that information, making it transparent for them so they can see and understand. That could work. Raise a risk to your project delivery in the risk register, and if the plan goes ahead with fewer resources, we could do that as well. Certainly we could raise a risk. Will that help us manage it right now? Probably not. So I think our direct and collaborative approach here is probably going to be answer C, and that does make a bit more sense with the basis of estimates. Let's go with that one. All right, excellent. The basis of estimates should provide a clear and complete understanding of how the estimates are made, including any assumptions, constraints, and ranges. So maybe we're actually at the top end of our range and we could potentially bring it back in a little bit, and maybe it's still going to be okay. Maybe they'll agree to that instead. This will help the project sponsor understand the reasoning behind it and agree on the best way forward together. Page 204, Basis of Estimates in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. And you know what else we've done together is all of these wonderful Waterfall PMP questions to help you pass your exam, which I absolutely and truly believe that you can do. And I cannot tell you, passing the PMP for myself really impacted my life in a very positive way. It really helps people see that you have the skills to manage projects, to work in projects, and people who work in projects typically get paid more, and there's always project work going on. So I'm telling you, you are doing the right thing by doing this, but not only that, you're gaining skills that will help you for a lifetime. It's a truly wonderful thing. I really believe that you can pass the PMP. Keep going, keep practicing, and I'll see you in the next couple of videos. Bye for now.